Hello. Tire screen. I'm late. I just walked in the house, so we're.
County in Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. See the court in session.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
I just walked in the door.
Welcome back.
I had to go to the post office.
Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
To get verdict eyebrows.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Right, so Mr. Fuller, we're going to send you folks on back.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
All right, thank you, everybody.
No, that was boosted all the way. She doesn't talk into the mic. So normally, she's right there. But normally, when they come up, they'll. Oops, they'll be a little bit louder. But, hello. Good morning. I am late, but it's for a good reason. I had to go to the post office this morning to get. Look who's here! Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Dallas. Good morning. I went to the post office to get verdict eyebrows, and I got an iced coffee from McDonald's. They have really good iced coffee. I was out. So Bev has on black, very high heels with a peep toe. What? What? You go, Bev. Look at her. Looking all fancy. My audio sounds odd. Oh. Let's see. Is that better? Let me know if that's better. If for some reason, every time I'm on somebody's panel, then I come back and my audio is all weird. C. Morales, member for 13 whole months. Happy 13-month anniversary. Happy. Better? Okay. For whatever reason, I have to oh, is it low now? See, and I'm loud on the other one, and then I have to turn it down, and then I come back here and I'm low. Okay, is that too loud? Loud? Just loud enough? Not loud? Too loud? OnlyFans will forever have a new meaning for me. Verdict day. Day 35. Who'da thunk it? Who'da thunk it? Right? Why is my camera? Why do I look like a cartoon? Okay, now my audio is fixed, but my camera looks weird. Look, I look like a cartoon. Don't I? Or something just weird on my end? What is happening? What is happening? Today is our day. Today is our day. Sound is still really low. Let's see. Let's see.
Audio. Who is the blonde cartoon girl? Let's see. Let's see. Devices. The McAlberts are hacking me. Please no. Please no. Hiccups. Sound. All right, headphones are good. There's... Okay, now is that too loud? Just loud enough? Not loud at all? I don't know. All my settings are wonky this morning. It does that a lot of times after I'm on a panel, and I don't know why. It's like everything shifts over when I'm on somebody else's channel. Then I come back and all my stuff, I have to redo it all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Have I taken my meds? No. Oh, wait, that's pain pills. I don't want pain pills. This is it. This is it. Y'all, I'm about to go get the wash rag so I can put on my verdict brows. But let me tell you, before I do that, let me tell you. Oh, gosh, that's good. Oh, iced coffee is so good. Let me tell you. I slept so much yesterday. So much. Case Carpet, I met her for 10 whole months. 10 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Oh, I missed other stuff while I was doing stuff. Oh, goodness gracious, I'm missing stuff. Anne gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you. Thank you for getting my 5 memberships. Welcome to the new folks. Good to have you here. And y'all ain't right. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. It's gonna be today. Can you feel it? Maybe. Hopefully. Yes, last night was a good panel. It was good. It was really good. I will tell you that oh, I'm reading. I'm a little bit behind, aren't I? I'm just behind. I'm just not. Sound is good. Okay. See, most of y'all are saying sound is good. One says too loud. Most say perfect. So I'm going. Most say perfect. Okay, so I'm going to leave it here. If it's too loud for you, just turn me down now. There's no possible way for me to please everybody, and I know that. So I try to go with the majority. Okay, so I will tell you, last night I was on a panel on Broken Baker's channel. We had a great time discussing the case. But y'all, it was at 5 o'clock my time when we started that. I rolled out of bed at 4:30, 4:45. I was in bed all day long. And as soon as we finished, I made some ramen noodles and took my butt back to bed. I was in bed all day long. Mermaid Mary, I did not. I got the verdict brows that were delivered this morning, and I went like late Saturday, I think is what it was. Or maybe it was late Friday. Sometime. Late on one of those days. And I got the I got the beef jerky, but it didn't have who it's from. That's the beef jerky for Lucy. And then I got a sticker from Kelly P that says, if you need me, I'll be in the rabbit hole. It matches the mug she got me, but it didn't come until later, I guess. Queen of Hung Juries. No. Kelly member for 7 whole months. Love you, Brandi, and all my friends here. We love you too. We love you too. Kathy, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We are happy to have you here. Is it still going to be a hung jury? I hope not. I hope that they'll be able to come to a decision. I forgot how much I love McDonald's iced coffee. Ugh. So good. So good. Latest podcast is great. I'm losing sleep over this verdict. Wish I had slept. I have been losing sleep as well. And thank you for that, Margot. The latest podcast, I finished it Saturday. I was supposed to go on a boat and hang out with all my friends Saturday, and I had to skip it so that I could finish the podcast episode. Wah, wah, wah. But it's okay. It's okay. There will be time for fun when this case is over. So I did that. I stayed home and finished the podcast episode Saturday, and I finished it sometime Saturday. And I was like having trouble even holding my eyes open to finish this thing, but I finished it. And then yesterday I went to bed. As soon as I finished it Saturday evening, I went to bed. I woke up a couple times yesterday, and I was like, I'm not even getting out of bed. So I would turn on the TV, and there was like one TV show. I can't even remember what it was. Mayor of Kingstown. I was going to turn it on and watch it, and then I'd fall asleep again. And I'd wake up a few hours later, and I was like, oh, dang, I missed it. Okay, turn it on again. And then I'd fall asleep again. I slept all day long, other than waking up to do the panel last night. I did the panel last night. Other than that, I slept all day long. It was amazing. I needed it. I needed it so bad. So bad. So bad. Who remembers Brandi's first couple videos after the Murdoch days? I found her charts and timelines impressive. Subscribed from the glory giggle beginnings. Look at you now. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's so funny. Those first videos were awful. Like going and looking and trying to, I didn't even know how to, I didn't even know I was recording. Oh, it was so bad. Nikki, member for 14 whole months. 14 whole months. Gosh, 14 whole months. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. Burger King's iced mocha. Oh, I haven't tried that. I haven't tried that. Wait, they have a espresso there? What? I didn't know that. I could have been doing that all along. Figure short. Let's do a poll. I'm going to get my wash rag. Start a poll. Will, that's not what that says. That says wuck, not wuck. Will we get a verdict today? Yes or no? Will you be doing a podcast on the Idaho 4 murders? I am not positive yet. I started doing some charts and stuff like that on those, on the phone data and stuff like that we had. I'm going to have to look at scheduling and see. And then I want to look and see what else other people have done. The whole reason I got into this case is because there wasn't a lot of coverage on it. And I mean, there is now, but when I started, there wasn't. Can you please follow your college friend's case live? I'm pretty sure I will. I need to figure out if we can figure out a way for that one to be streamed. I should talk to RA about that. Carlene313, I dreamt last night, not guilty on all counts. Oh, Carlene, the dream. Maybe your dreams will come true. So glad you're listening to your body. I didn't have a choice. My body was screaming. Like, lay yourself down. I was looking at pictures of my friends all having fun this weekend, and I was like, y'all have fun. There will be time for this fun and sleep after this is all over. Right? I have not seen the most recent ones. Like I said, I didn't do anything yesterday except for sleep. And I woke up to do the one panel and then went right back to sleep. Think it'll be a hung jury. Maybe. Good morning, good morning. Stopping by to show you some love. Hello, hello. Toad's Play said, I think the jury will stay hung also. Who's the blonde girl? It's me. It's Brandi. L. Hellman, member for 1 whole year. 1 whole year. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Did I get all the starred ones? Did I? I think so. Okay. All right. Let me go get the wash rag. We'll do the verdict browse. I'll be right back. Okay. Got my wash rag. This is going to be... So a lot of y'all have found me during this case, so this will be your first time with the verdict brows. Anything for my people. Never forgotten over 13 whole months. So happy to be part of this awesome crowd. We're happy to have you. We're happy to have you. If we get a verdict after the brows are be mandatory, they're mandatory anyway. I've never been able to ever since the first one. I don't think there's been a trial where we haven't done them since then. I blame Lisa Dempsey. Okay. All right, let's see. Verdict brows. Get my wash rag. Get one last look at my face before I have huge eyebrows on. I'm not very good at them. Does that look right? Oh, hold on. I have to cut it more because I can't. Remember the one time when I had like where it was like way off? It's okay. Okay, does that look like a normal eyebrow? Things I do for y'all. The things I do for y'all. One of them was so off that like you could see like the tail end of my real eyebrow and then that one, so it looked like I had like a two-seater. Things I do for y'all. I normally have a stash of them. There's normally a stash of them. But I guess I used the last ones. Feeling mighty pretty today. It's totally normal. It's totally normal. This is what normal people do. My little bitty non-existent eyebrows. Lucy's looking at me right now like... Hi, Jack! Hi, Jack. This is all your mom's fault. Your mom sent me eyebrows and has started this whole tradition. But your mom is the best. Oh, look, it's moving. Oh, hold on, this one's not working. Hold on. See, I told you I'm not very good at this. Let's try this again. The people that take time to do stuff like this in the morning, I'm like so impressed by you. This is a lot of effort. Yeah, they were trying to get me to do Sharpie. I'm not doing Sharpie. Silver Swag, thank you for the super chat. Great entertainment. What, this? It's totally normal. Totally normal. It's totally normal. Nurse for God, thank you for show me putting on the verdict brows. I just left him like this. Okay, this is the moment of the truth. I look like one of the villains in a all right. Verdict eyebrows are on. You know what this means? This means that they have to come back with a verdict today. Somebody let them know. It's my verdict. This one's kind of higher, but this eyebrow is also kind of higher. Not that you can tell because it's barely there, but it's okay. The things I do for y'all. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. Brandi raising eyebrows across the internet. It's a good thing I don't do Botox or anything, because then I wouldn't be able to do that. Then they would just sit right there. It's totally normal. Totally normal. It is hard to do it yourself. It is hard. Put one higher like you're contemplating. Well, see, I can lift like this eyebrow. Well, you can kind of see it. See? That's the eyebrow that Jacob used to say when my kid used to say when he would see that eyebrow raise, he knew he was getting in trouble. Jenny C, thank you for the super chat. Shenanigans like this are how I know I'm in the right place. Bring on the brows. Look how dark they are. Like, look how... But see, the problem is if we don't get a verdict on the first day, then I can't put, you can't reapply them. That's not part of the deal. So we have to like just leave whatever's on there. And so sometimes like when I sleep on them, because they're like tattoos, so sometimes like they'll start kind of peeling off. So then I'll just have like splotchy, but we go with it. We go with it. And what's great is there have been clips where they're doing verdict, like the verdict read, and I've got splotchy tattooed eyebrows. There was one where it was like half of it was missing where I slept on it. So like this, and then people are like clipping it and putting it on there. It's the things I do for y'all. Did you always have light eyebrows, or was it part of the illness and treatment? Both. I mean, I'm blonde, so I've always had lighter eyebrows, and I'm not very. I just don't have a lot of like. I just don't have a lot of hair there anyway. And then you know, 17 magazine in the late 90s and early 2000s was telling us to pluck them all out. Like we were, you know, like they were thin eyebrows were the thing, and so I plucked them all anyway. And then when I went through chemo and stuff, I didn't lose all of them because I did cisplatin chemo, so I only lost like everything thinned out, but it didn't. I didn't lose it all. But then after that, they never. I mean, it just never came back thick. But they've always been kind of blonde. Gina Farley, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Helena J said, are those even? Probably not. I mean, look, they're not super uneven. They're even-ish. They're even-ish. Stay away from the fan, they'll blow off. You'll see them like kind of like their little... That's a great idea. Ari should also put on his verdict eyebrows. Yeah, when we did that one stream, the verdict stream together, and he did his verdict eyebrows, that was hilarious. His looked like Lucy's big furry bed. Like his were great, but they like, and that's when he had the goatee going on too, and it actually like they matched. It worked. Brady can't brow and chew gum at the same time. The arch in those things go crazy. I know. So funny. Who's the lady with the brows? It's so funny. Yeah. See, I can't ever get Botox because then nobody, like, if I can't lift my brow, nobody will know when I'm getting annoyed. That's like the warning level. Like when I'm... Goodness. You did so well. I wasn't sure they would line up. Me neither. I'm just winging it. Melissa, been for 5 whole months. The brows will bring the verdict. Yes. Hopefully. Who's the blonde chick with the weird brows? That's so funny. I'm not mad at this look at all. Like, it's funny because last time I had, well, not even last time, like the last all of the times, I've had people telling me like, oh, it actually looks really good. And I'm not used to it because I've always had very thin blonde eyebrows. So for me, I'm not used to it, but I look so serious now. This is my serious look. How old is your Yorkie and name? Her name is Lucy. And she just turned 5 years old on June 3rd. June 3rd was her 5th birthday. And she turned 5 years old. She's a good girl. I think you're a bit crazy. I think you're right. I think you're right. That is... That... that is an accurate... I get Botox for my migraines. They do the injections above my eyebrows. Can you raise your... Can you raise your eyebrows still? See, I couldn't... If I can't do that, then people won't know that when I'm mad. We can't have that. It's like the warning symbol. Good morning, good morning. It's the people's eyebrow. Jessica said, not enough sleep plus too much caffeine equals high anxiety for me today. I hope they free Karen Reed today. This is the first day, and I don't even know how long that I've actually had sleep. If you, in my closing video, there is a clip of RA, and I both have on our verdict brows in this clip, but his are a lot more extreme than mine are. And so there's a clip of him in there with his verdict brows on. Franken brows. What happens if you fall asleep with your arm on your face? Do the brows transfer? Probably. I don't know. When they came off on my pillow last time and parts of it, and then one of them, like where it kind of like it rolled the whole thing up, so then it was like where this tilts back down here, it kind of didn't, it just kept going up. So it looked very cartoonish. So funny. Murder Candy Podcast with Avery. Thank you for the super chat. I think you're my person. It's the brows, isn't it? It's the brows. It's the brows. Feels like you're talking very far away from the mic. I have my mic right here. Is it too... There we go. Is that better? Oh, goodness. They actually look good. Well, at least when my screen is small. It's fair. Oh, verdict clock. I forgot. I forgot about verdict clock. So focused on eyebrows and whatnot. Does anybody remember what we left off at? Here, I can check. I can check. Every channel is going to have it a little bit different, but let's see. It was like right at 20 hours or something, right? Oops. CNN is about to call and Let's see. We were right around 20 hours, right? Let's see. Robert McNamara, thank you for a super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Scott had badger brows. Oh my word, just came back. The brows. Yes. Dr. Bullbutter. They are Bliss and Beyond. Bliss and Beyond USA. Dramatic Hollywood brows. Oh, I get Botox but can still move my brows. Good to know. That's one of the people's insults for me is that I need Botox. I'm like, psh, I just need a blurrier camera. I don't need Botox. Coffee Star 62, thank you for the super chat. You look great to me, just for you. This is like me, but with exciting new brows on verdict day. It's a tradition. It's a tradition. Thank you for all you do. Love you, mods, and chat. Thank you, Jamie L. Member for 1 whole year. 1 whole year. One whole year. BL says they are in 22 hours now. 22 hours. Okay, 22 hours at 9 a.m. Verdict clock. Too long. That's accurate. Cribbage board 6. See what happens when you get good sleep. Yeah, exactly. See? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Murder Candy Podcast with Avery. Thank you for the super chat. How long do the brows last? Okay, they lasted until, like, when I slept on them, because I sleep like this, like, with my face, like, on my pillow. And they, oh, my kid. Okay, I'll look at it when I'm done. They stayed on other than, like, where I slept right here. And hey, calm down. Hey, kid. Lucy. Lucy. Lucy, it's okay. It's okay. She does not like when people are in the hall. But other than that, Jin Pookie been for 10 whole months. The one time timing worked in all our favors. Love that you still do this. Thanks for the love you show us all. Thank you so much, Jin Pookie. Happy 10-month anniversary. Happy 10-month anniversary. We'll see if we can find, this is like my estimate. We'll see if we can find a closer one. Because that's, let's see if we can find. It's all kind of a guess. Lucy's really mad. Blurry cameras are where it's at. That's all I need. Can you hold on. I can't do it when I'm smiling. Lucy! She doesn't like it when people are in the hall. Does not like it. Are you dressed for the beach already? I threw on, because I went to the post office this morning to go get these and get a nice coffee. So I threw on like a sundress thing. But look, as soon as this verdict comes in, yes, I'm going to the beach. If it don't come in, then I'm just going to skip it. But I am going bowling tonight with my friends. I have friends in town that I have not got to see since they got here last week. So I'm going bowling tonight, whether there's a verdict or not. Regina Crawford, thank you for the super chat. Verdict watch would not be the same without those eyebrows. Pug Mom says, my pug just agreed with Lucy. Lucy's telling him. It's just to let him know. It's her hallway. What's your bowling average? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just in it for the music and friends and half-price drinks. Suzanne, aka Blue Noser 2, member for 14 whole months. Those brows are going to bring a not guilty verdict today. Love that you do this. Happy. What is that? What is Canada? What is that? What is that? What is that? Tell me about it. What does it mean? What do you do? Happy 14 months. Yes, cosmic bowling. I like cosmic bowling. What's Canada Day? What do you do on Canada Day? I want to know more. For hell's equal, the verdict of dreams. See, this one I've never really thought about it because I guess you can't really see as much, like with these on, you can see that brow that goes up. You can tell more that it goes up. Oh, no. Don't get it twisted. Let me get this straight. One viewer made a comment and you accommodated the request, me thinking, no, as a joke. This is not an all the time occurrence. What's your bowling average? Yes. Yes. Yes, but what is Canada Day? Oh, it's the same as 4th of July in the U.S. Oh, exciting. Well, happy Canada Day to y'all. My kid would know that. My kid is like the history buff. You can ask him anything about any history or war, like anything, and he knows all of it. It's so impressive to me. So impressive to me. Is it me? I'm seeing 4 brows. Amy Lee said, you absolutely cannot get Botox. It might fix your face. That's hilarious. As many times I say I can't fix my face. How old is your kid? He is almost 21. He will be... Oh my gosh. I just lost my breath. He'll be 21 in 2 months. Is your son single? He kind of... He's funny because all my friends that have daughters about his age are always asking that too, like, because he's a really good kid, and he cooks and he cleans and like does his own laundry and stuff, so he's not like the typical like gross boy. So they're always like, my friends are always asking about their daughters. Like, my daughter's single. It's funny. It's cute. He is tall. He's like, he's been taller than me since he was in like 8th grade or something. And I'm a tall girl. Like, I'm 5'9", and he's taller than me since like I think like 8th or 9th grade. But even then, it was funny because when I would get onto him, I'd be like, let me tell you something. Don't make me come up there. Yeah, he's like 6'4" or something. He's a big kid. I say kid, I guess he's not a kid anymore. Mine will be 25 in 2 months. It happens so fast, doesn't it? It does. I'm a very proud mom. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Emma says, my identical twin grandsons are almost 21, engaged to identical twin sisters. How did that happen? I want to know the story. Oh, that's so funny. Rewinding and watching you put on brows. It's a sight to see. I didn't know you were that tall. Yeah, it's funny because at CrimeCon, every time people would meet me, they would be like, "Oh, you're a lot taller than I thought," because they'd see Lucy. Lucy put her little food tray down there, and I just stuck my foot in it. People would meet me at CrimeCon, and they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, you're a lot taller than I thought." And then taking pictures and stuff, people were always like, "I didn't know you were this tall." My 13-year-old son is 5'9". Yeah, that's the way he was. But see, my dad was 6'8", so like height runs in my family, except for my mom. My mom's not tall. She likes to think she is. She gives herself an extra couple inches when she's talking. She says she's like 5'6" or something. Which is cute that's cute that she says that. But she's not at all. She's like 5'4". But I keep telling her she'll hit a growth spurt. But my dad was 6'8". I'm at 27. I'm trying to get my kid to go with me to Denver next year for CrimeCon. I know he doesn't want to go to CrimeCon, but at least go to Denver with me. Oh, Court, I'll have a 1-year-old in a couple months. That's exciting. They met in church. How funny is that? Twins, engaged to twins. Imagine the shenanigans they can pull off. Barbara Farthing, I have no idea you were that tall. I've never seen you standing, and I assumed you were short. Most people do. It's surprising. Like, most people assume that I'm short. I am a tall girl. Like, I am 5'9". I played basketball and stuff. Like, I have surprised a lot of people when they saw me in person. All right, let me see if I can get some Twitter updates too. Now we'll get a verdict today. Verdict browse. Dallas says I have shrunk an inch over the last decade. That's what my mom says too. My mom says she's shrunk. I'm 5'8". You know what's hard about being tall? Finding jeans that are tall enough. I have really long legs, and finding jeans, anytime you find jeans that are tall enough, they're usually, even if you get the tall, a lot of times they're only tall enough for you to wear like flip-flops and stuff like that. If you ever want to wear any kind of like heels or boots or anything like that, finding jeans that are long enough for that are really hard. Like I get a lot of my jeans from Buckle because you can find them long enough there, but they have like the 34-inch inseam. Those are the ones that I get, the 34-inch inseam. They're hard to find. Yeah, jeans are the hardest. Probably being tall is a t-shirt size. I need pre-shrunk to extra large tall. Otherwise, I have to wear 3 extra large tall because they shrink. Not just girl issues. Yeah. My dad always had problems with clothes, finding clothes. And this is back before they had like Amazon or anything like that you could order stuff off of. And my dad was 6'8" and he wore a size 15 shoe. So finding stuff that he could wear was always really hard. All right, let's see if we have any. See if we have any updates. Day 5 of deliberations. Y'all, today is July. Well, okay, today's July 1st, but I mean, today we are now officially in July. That's crazy. Right? That's crazy. We started this trial in April. Let's see. Nothing recent from the court. David, I don't even know how to say his last name. I think I always say it wrong. Bynick, said, for what it's worth, several jurors seemed to be dressed in black, and for the first time, the foreman was wearing a tie. Nothing else much yet. I was watching The Broken Baker last night, catching up on 1.5 speed. You were petting Lucy so fast, I was dying. Yeah. That's funny. Good morning, good morning. I have verdict fatigue. Anyone else join the Facebook Justice for Sandra Birchmore? No, I have not. I have not been on Facebook as much. I've been doing better, though, with my recaps and stuff. Like, y'all been asking me to put them on Instagram and Facebook, so I have been doing that. But other than that, I haven't been on a whole lot. But I need to join that. And then I shared this morning on Twitter I told y'all about it last week. The story about Justin Root. I shared that this morning too. Who's the blonde girl with eyebrows? TJ, do you think that people have a tough time believing conspiracy theories even when they are true, and that may be the jury holdup? Curious. We talked about this a little bit last night on that panel that I was on, because I think that people can have a difficult time with that. And we talked about that a little bit with them having the discussion about giving the alternate theory about if that did kind of create a burden of proof shift, I guess, which is because it's not supposed to. But if some people on the jury are struggling with that and don't realize that having the alternate theory doesn't mean that they have the burden of proof now, if that could cause a holdout. It's so funny. I seen a post that said most all jurors are wearing blue. People in this case, right? Like, who's colorblind and who's lying? Everybody has different stuff to say. I've noticed that about this case. Everybody has different stuff to say. Every time this camera moves, I'm like, what are they doing? Good morning. Megan Rose, welcome. My first time here with you. I'm a Legal Bites member, and I'm glad to be here with you today. Thank you. I'm glad to have you. I had so much fun talking to her when I was on Legal Bites. That was such a good time. I love her. She's one of my new favorite people. Would have felt better if they were wearing pink. I heard was it last week? Somebody was saying, I think on Friday, maybe one of the jurors wore pink or something. But again, I don't know what's real and what's not on there, but somebody said one of the jurors was wearing pink. And I mean, look, I'm wearing pink. I have a pink chair. I have pink rug. I have pink decorations in my condo. My whole condo. I mean, you can see like my flamingo thing right here that holds my little dish scrubber. Like, my whole condo is black, white, and pink. And then I still have people that are mad because I have pink stuff. I'm like, I had pink before pink became Karen Reed color. People are this trial has made people go crazy, hasn't it? It has. It has. Who's the blonde girl with dark eyebrows? Oh. After about 10 minutes, they look like your actual eyebrows. You get used to them. See, I don't really see, like, if I look I have, all three of my monitors are set up with different stuff that I have to keep updates going and run the stream and look at everything. But then I have my camera up there. So when I glance at my camera up there, then I'm like, every once in a while I see myself, I'm like, it's okay. Hellcat says, I had to watch anything but stuff about this trial this weekend. Being so invested in this, even for me, has been exhausting. I can't imagine how you feel, Brandi. It is exhausting. It is exhausting. It is. It's a lot. And imagine how, like, okay, with me streaming all day and then working on the podcast nights and weekends, it's like it's like 2 full-time jobs completely surrounded by just this case. And it's exhausting. But imagine how the attorneys feel and the families feel and the people who are directly involved in it. I can't, like, it's exhausting and stressful for me. I can't imagine how it would be for them, you know? It's crazy. Crazy. Sandy P, thank you for the super chat. They better have a verdict by Wednesday. I have to come over to the beach. My sister is staying at the Reef. I hope so, because if they don't have I don't know how long she's going to let them go without a verdict. If they, I see, and the thing is, I have hope because of her saying that they had asked to stay for that extra 30 minutes on Friday. I was like, okay, if they asked to stay for an extra 30 minutes, then that means that they wouldn't ask to stay for an extra 30 minutes if they didn't feel like they were making some kind of progress, right? Or at least that's what I'm telling myself. So I was thinking, well, maybe that's a good sign, but I don't know. I guess I did not think we were going to go into this week on Verdict Watch. Justin Root, 30 plus pew-pews at point blank range. Wow. Is this a case that you're interested in exploring further and doing a deep dive on? So I am, my whole point with covering this case of Karen Read was not just Karen Read. Like there's, you know, issues with the district attorney's office and there's issues with the police in this area, and I wanted to cover it for that reason. And then just, you know, dive into it, see what made this conspiracy theory start and see if there was any truth to it, and just take a look and expose all of the craziness that I could, right? So part of that is looking into the stuff with Sandra Birchmore and Justin Root too, because those are also, you know, some of the same people involved, and there are also some questionable things there. So and then I have another thing I'm going to keep under wraps for right now, but there's another thing that's kind of related to a lot of these people too, that, or to the state police, in the area too, that I'm looking at. So when the Karen Read, the last episodes come out about the Karen Read case, there are going to be some future episodes about some of the other stuff involved with these people, because it's kind of crazy. Gosh, Wednesday will be brutal if no verdict by then. When is 4th of July? Thursday? Today's the 1st, right? Have we seen the judge this morning? Yes, she did come in and tell them, you know, go back and start deliberations or whatever. And somebody said that she's all looking all fancy this morning. She's got on really high black heels with peep toe. Looking all fancy. Brandi, you and Andrea should do a stream together. Great combos last night. I was so excited to finally like meet her. We follow each other on Twitter, and then of course, you know, I hear about her and things, and I see some of the stuff she says on Twitter, and she's a smart cookie. I like her legal input on things. I saw that Brandi, Justin Root's sister, is happy they are getting more exposure. Him and Sandra need justice. Yeah. It's sad. I started pulling some of the court docs for that too. Megan Rose. Oh, I'm behind, aren't I? Oh, I'm way behind on chat. I didn't realize it. Megan Rose, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I hope that you aren't feeling burnout with the daily streams. You're doing a great job and hope you're taking care of yourself. I am very burnout. But actually, I'm a lot better since I got to sleep all day yesterday. So I'm okay. I'm only a little crazy at this point. Sammy spills the tea. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for keeping me sane while I try to work and stare at a ceiling fan for 8 hours. Love you and Lucy. Thank you so much. There's nobody I would rather stare at a ceiling fan with than y'all. Crazy. Allen charge coming. I think that they're going to have to do the Allen charge. What do they call it here? The Tui Rodriguez charge. It's the same thing. But yeah, I feel like that's going to be coming. Yeah, Dallas said, I didn't think I'd be back from my vacation before the verdict came in. This is nuts. I didn't think so either. And I made a joke too about how like, oh, we're going to wait for you. I didn't realize that we really were going to. I am Murder Candy Podcast with Avery. I am pretty new here. Brandi, are you an attorney or have a legal background? No, not an attorney, no legal background. I've just always been into true crime stuff and then started doing this. I was out on medical leave and couldn't work and needed somewhere to direct my energy. And I started making like charts to put things together during the Murdaugh trial, and then everything kind of blew up from there. It's crazy how it happened. Hello, Jimmy Lawson. Hello. Security is inside with Karen today. Working today and just received a wrong number call from Boston. Weird. Ooh. As Brandi said last night, she's nosy. That's it. I don't have a law background. I'm just nosy. I just be digging into the stuff to find out what they're doing. Looks like Sarah... Where did that go? Looks like Sarah Bone will pull a Daryl Brooks. I am going to have to attend that one in person. That one's going to be crazy. Murder Candy Podcast with Avery. Welcome to the family. Aaron, I love that you talked to Kenny Kinsey on your podcast about this case. I wanted to know his opinion because of his take on Murdaugh and Stephen Smith. I know. I texted him the other day, and I was like, because I wanted him to come on, and he was on vacation. He was at the lake with his beautiful wife, so they couldn't come on, he couldn't come on. But I was like, when you get back, like, I would love to have you on, because I was like, I would love to hear. Now that you've heard both sides give their explanation of the injuries. Because one of the things that he said on the, like on the podcast and stuff is that the when I interviewed him for the podcast, one of the things that he said was that they're going to have to be able to explain where those injuries on the arm came from. Either something, if they can't line it up to something either in the yard or something under the car, then they're going to have a problem. And so I was expecting them to say maybe something under the car. And then of course that's not what happened. And they tested under the car and there was nothing. And they're saying that it wasn't anything under the car. So when I texted him after and I was like, tell me everything you think. One of the things he said was he has never seen, he's like, I'm not going to say it's impossible because you can never really say something's impossible. But he said in all of his reconstruction stuff and all of the, his career, he's never seen lens, like plastic lens, cause abrasions like that. And to me, that was like, I think that's very telling. Hi, Kaylin. I came to see Verdict Brows and you finally got to see me and the boyfriend. Oh, I love it. I love it. Kaylin's got a boyfriend. He's a cutie too. I'm happy for you, Kaylin. I'm happy for you. And look, Kaylin had, wherever they went. Okay, Kaylin and her man went to like a speakeasy thing. Hold on, Kaylin, I'm going to show your drink. Look at this, how cool this is. This drink that they had, I'm a little bit obsessed. Let me find it. Look how cool that is. It's a dog. How cool is that? Is that not one of the coolest things ever? That's the drink. How is that even possible? I think that's so cool. So cool. There was another one too, wasn't there? Wasn't there like an octopus or something? Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. Look. How cool is that? Like that's the coolest. I've never seen that before. I've seen them do like, like swirlies and stuff and like the coffee drinks or whatever. But I've never seen that. But it's so detailed and it's so cool looking. It's so cool looking. I'm very impressed. Murder Candy Podcast with Avery. Get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lawyer, will be at Sarah Boone case. You two should get together. I've never met him in person. We both are from Florida or live in Florida. Never met him in person. Oh, they did that with a blowtorch. How cool is that? It's so cool. I'm like really impressed. And she's got a cute. I won't show your cute boyfriend, but if you don't want me to, but she got her cute man. Cute man. Okay, I get to membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Dave. No verdict yet. No verdict yet. We're still waiting. Still waiting. The jury can't be sent back more than 2 times without the jury agreeing to be sent back to deliberate again. Per Massachusetts law, I just read Tui Rodriguez. And she sent them back once. at this point. Calling them abrasions is driving me nuts. The depth of most of those injuries should mark the difference. One of the things that I thought was really interesting too is when one of the crash daddies was saying that if that had come from the tail light, that the point of impact would make some of them a lot deeper than what they were. And they weren't deep like that. They were more like patterned abrasions, which I thought was really interesting. Krista says, I leave for vacation Wednesday. We need a verdict. Only twice after... Oops, where'd that go? Only twice after the 2E charge is read. Before doesn't count. Which is probably why she did not want to read that yet. I cannot imagine going through another trial if it's a hung jury. I cannot imagine the families having to go through this. I cannot imagine the community. I cannot imagine my own sanity having to go through all of this again. Andrea Spencer gifts his membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jackie D. Browse biscuits and brandy. No better place to live. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. The law is not triggered until the judge determines that enough deliberation time has been allowed. I'm curious what she is going to feel is enough. I know that with the Chestnut case, like they deliberated for like 11 years. So I don't know what she thinks is enough. Queen Oliver, thank you to the membership. Thank you. Patterned is the most impactful to me. Yeah. Has the jury arrived and started to deliberate? Yes. She sent them back to deliberate right after they got there this morning around 9-ish Eastern. Did closing by Jackson and his explanation change your mind any about John going in the house? Still undecided here. It's not that I'm saying like there's no way he went in the house. It's just that to me, it's not proven that he did. I think that is probably one of the holdups. I know that we've talked about the information being conflicting. And that's the hard part about having conflicting data is like these two things that you're normally relying on to give you answers are telling different answers. So that makes it difficult. So I have not seen enough to convince me that he did go in the house. I think that whatever happened in the front yard, or steps, because it like I said, even one of the things that had been a thought when I was going over different scenarios of what I think could have happened is, if Chloe got out and jumped on him and he like fell back on those brick steps and hit his head or something like that, like I can see different things like that happening. I try to be as logical and objective as I can with each piece of information, and with the stuff being conflicting, I'm trying to make sense of both of them being as close to right as they could be, I guess. I agree on this one. Higgins looked the most suspicious. Higgins to me, I'm not saying that he did or did not do anything, but I'm saying, looking from all of the stuff that we've seen, the stuff with him is the most suspicious, especially with him. Where was his Jeep parked? Where wasn't it parked? Why is everybody so convinced that it was or wasn't in this area? The whole thing about him having the plow on there and leaving and going to the police department, and the plow was scraping, but and the video where it does look like he's telling him come out, and then the time that he says he left is not obviously the time that he could have left, because there's too much of a gap in there from when he left, when he says he left, and when he got to the police station, which is only a mile away. And just so many things there are just weird to me. Aaron Morgan, thank you for the super chat. Love the verdict eyebrows. Going to be replay crew today, but had to say I love and miss you all today. Thank you, Brandi and Mods, for all your hard work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we did hit 26,000. We're at like 20. Hold on, let me see. We're at 26,300 and something, I think. Yeah, 26,357. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. We're just a growing. Feels like it's been 11 days already. Why would they ask to stay till 4:15 if they didn't think they were close? That's the same thing I keep thinking. If they knew that there was no progress being made, then they'd have been like, screw this, let me get out of here for the weekend. I think. What happened to all the blood? I have no idea. I still have so many unanswered questions. If the jury is hung, can the Commonwealth decide not to charge again? Yes, they can decide not to charge again. If they feel like if they say that there's not enough evidence to convict her, then they can not charge, not go forward with it again. What was the one that we just saw that they did that? Wasn't it in Atlanta? I can't remember. We just saw one where they did that. It was a hung jury and they decided not to charge again. Where am I? Thank you for the super chat. Drive me crazy. CCTV Higgins in the waterfall, fired up, seemingly gesturing to Jo to come outside. Man to man, calmed down by the Alberts. Should the defense have used this footage more in their case? I'm wondering if they didn't see it. I think that I know that was pointed out on social media. I know they brought it up in their closings. I'm wondering if they didn't maybe notice that, because to me that was more telling than the whole playing grab ass thing or whatever they called it. But I don't know. But that's one of the things too, though. I think that, if they do decide, if this is a hung jury, God forbid, oh, God forbid, if this is a hung jury and we have to go through all of this again, that is one of the things that I think, I hear people saying like, oh, that gives the Commonwealth like a chance to improve their case or whatever. You cannot improve a case that is built on crappy police work and Proctor. Like, there's no way to make that any better. But the defense can, use things that have come out during this trial and things that they've learned and go about it differently. So I think that it would be I think that it would be I don't see them ever getting to a guilty verdict on this if they did another trial. I really don't. I hope there's not another trial. I hope that it's not a hung jury. I really hope that I just can't imagine. I can't imagine. I can't imagine going through all that again. Britt Mac, thank you for super chat. Logic speaking, we all know the one normie that can't fathom a crooked cop, even though Higgy said he's not drunk because he has an office at the PD. Looking at some of the things that they were so nonchalant about, like the drinking and driving and, and drinking and driving in police cars and stuff, like the things that they were just so nonchalant about are just, I don't know how you can, I don't know. I think I just understand some of the logic of some people, I guess. Pamela Campbell, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What about John's Apple Health data? Yeah, that's the thing, is like the Apple Health data and the Waze data are conflicting. And I don't like it when data is conflicting because I like to be able to rely on data. The thing about going up a hill, tricking his Apple Health into going upstairs is BS based on the fact that I live in a hilly area and going up hills for a month. It records 1,000 kilometers climb as a hill. That's their story. Thank you, thank you. 26K, kind of cool, huh? Just a growing. Les M, thank you for super chat. I would love to hear your thoughts on the recorded unanswered call from Jim McCabe to her sister that morning. Microdots enhanced audio. Oh, I have not listened to their enhanced audio yet. I will have to listen. Microdots is very impressive. Do you think Jim McCabe was looking for John O'Keefe's phone with all those butt dials? The thought had, like, when I was kind of arguing both sides against each other, that's one of the things that I had said before that, last year when I was talking about this, that I could see that being the kind of thing that you do when you're looking for somebody's phone. So if that theory is the theory that's true, then yeah, I could see that being potentially what was happening, but it's hard to say because the same presumption of innocence that, Karen Reed gets, they get as well. So I want to be very clear that I'm not accusing them of anything. If I was going to be arguing both sides, then that is one of the things that I said that I could see happening with that many calls in a row. You can't butt dial that many times in a row because it's not just a butt dial where there's no voicemail or anything left. It's a call and then a hang up and then a call and then a hang up. That's not butt dials. Even if Chloe bit him, that's not what killed him. Right. Arizona rancher trial. That's the one where they didn't. Who did you steal the eyebrows from? Some poor soul is wandering around without eyebrows. Did they ever specify if he was found on his back or face down? And the 911 call, Jen said that they turned him over, but I didn't catch that when they played it in court. Yeah, I don't know. I think, Carrie Roberts said that they, like, she tried to, like, put blankets under him or something. So I don't know. All of that, that whole moment of finding him seems kind of chaotic, and it seems like we're getting kind of different conflicting stories from them about the details on exactly what happened. Thank you. They're brand new. I don't think half the DA's witnesses would agree to testify again. You know what, Lindsay Hendricks, this is something that I noticed or thought about. Was it last night or Saturday night? I think it might have been Saturday night as I was, because it was right after it was Saturday, because it was right after I published the episode. Because I was looking at this. Okay, so the Jeep Grand Cherokee was mentioned, but he had the Chevy Traverse, and I thought about this after, because he was trying to make it sound like the okay, remember when let's start that sentence over. Remember when he was talking about the how it could be, he was asking Lucky about the difference in a Jeep Grand Cherokee and a Chevy Traverse. The only other Jeep Grand Cherokee that they had, remember when Tristan came to pick up Caitlin in the Jeep Grand Cherokee. He was driving Caitlin's Jeep Grand Cherokee, and that was around 2 o'clock or 2:15 or whatever it was. I'd have to look at my timeline. So I think that he was trying to say it was that. Now, the other, like, he originally tried to kind of make it sound like it was a Jeep Grand Cherokee and not that. And then Lucky was like, no, because Jeep Grand Cherokee has, this is more rounded and this is more flat and this is facade, whatever. He was very specific about that. And then he tried to make it out to be like, well, the time was wrong and you were really seeing the SUV. But if you remember, it was a Jeep Grand Cherokee that Tristan drove to pick Caitlin up around 2:15 or whatever. But even then, that wasn't parked on the road by the flagpole. He said that he pulled into the driveway. Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell spoke out about Proctor in an interview yesterday. Oh, really? His termination from MSP is imminent. They can't eat for another trial. They can't wait for another trial to fire him. Interesting. I did not see that. I did not see that. My Apple Watch counts steps as steps. My condo is on the 3rd floor. I live in Seattle, which is full of hills. It doesn't count the hills as steps. That whole argument was ridiculous. When you're driving, I mean, I don't have an Apple Watch. I have one of the Garmin. I had the Apple Watch, but I don't even know where it's at. I haven't used it in a long time, but I have one of the Garmin ones. And mine doesn't. That one and the Apple Watch, for what I remember, has never counted a hill as a step. April Dawn, welcome. Hi, Brandi, new to the channel. I do not feel the Commonwealth proved their case. The injuries do not match with being hit by a car. I'm not into conspiracies either, but they left too many questions. I agree. I don't think they proved their case. I don't think that anybody has to necessarily believe the defense's theory or a conspiracy or a cover-up or anything else. I don't think that you have to even believe any of that to know or recognize that the Commonwealth did not prove their case. And that's my personal opinion. I know that some people disagree. I'm afraid to ask, can anyone tell me why the homeowners never came outside when they found John's body in their yard? No. Oh, there's a question. Jury has a question. Jury has a question. I thought Lucky saw a Ford. Lucky did see a Ford. And they were trying to make it into, Lally was trying to make it into either a Jeep Grand Cherokee or a Lexus SUV. And he was like, no, that is not what I saw. Jury's question, can we go home? All right, I'm going to end this poll. Are these your verdict eyebrows? Yes! These are the verdict eyebrows. One of the reporters in the courtroom said, I had their notifications set up. Yeah, Lucky saw a Ford Edge. I think Lally was trying to make it work for his theory. But no, not Siri. Every time I talk about theories, Siri just popping up all up in my business. He's the accent. Mind your business, Siri. What does your tattoo say? It says, she is clothed in strength and dignity. Asking for honey sauce for the biscuits. Yes. Eyebrows are distracting me. Me too. Jury's giving their lunch order. Do you think it'll be a do you think it'll be an actual question, or do you think it's going to be a deadlock? Let's do a poll real quick. All right, I put a poll up. My BFF is getting a tattoo of the fan. Sitting here minding my own beeswax, and I hear Brandi exclaim the jury has a question. Eek. I put the poll up. Lucy's not down there. I think Lucy's laying in the window. Oh, no, Lucy's laying right there. Hi! Why are you not in your bed? She's laying right here beside the chair. Sometimes she likes to lay, I don't know if she gets too hot sometimes in the lower bed. Like right now, she's laying on the cold floor. As soon as she gets in her bed, I will give y'all Lucy Cam. Thank you for a super chat. I'll give you Lucy Cam as soon as she gets in her bed. I can't find the right eyebrow stencils that work for me. What do you use? I use whatever she sent me. This is Lisa Dempsey got these off of Amazon, I think. Bliss and Beyond USA. Tattoo eyebrows. Jury question. It's like my whole life is a lie. When he said there are multiple fans. Judge is back on the bench.
That's a good question.
He said it's a good question. What's a good question?
You are unmuted.
We're back in session. Maybe seated.
We're back on the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor. We've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about due and thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Gianetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez, Your Honor. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. The previous message said that they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that, and this is what Tui Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is doing thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez. So are they ready to come in, Jody?
Oh gosh. Oh,
So why don't I
gosh.
take a recess?
Court will rise.
And then Nancy.
Okay, so they're going to read, she's going to give them the Tui Rodriguez. Oh my gosh, y'all. Is this going to be a hung jury? My stomach just dropped. So, Lally is not wanting to give the Tui Rodriguez reading. He says that they haven't deliberated enough. Yannetti says he wants the Tui Rodriguez because he said that the jury note says that they've been over all of the previous evidence and they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means. It's not a matter of whether or not they understand it or they could change their minds. They've been over it and they disagree on what it means. So they're not going to be changing, it's not that they don't understand it. They're not going to be changing their mind. So the judge said that she is going to read the Tui Rodriguez to them. So she's going to bring them in and read that. So if she reads that and then they still can't decide, then, oh gosh. Tui Rodriguez will help clarify what they're supposed to be doing. I think this is good for the defense. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like the holdout has to be a guilty. I don't think that, I don't even know if there's one. I'm just saying, it's pure speculation. But I feel like the holdout, if the holdout's not going to change. But here's the thing. Let's say it's a holdout for one or two holdouts saying that they believe it's guilty. And then you have all these others saying not guilty. If that many people are looking at the same evidence saying not guilty, then would that not make you question that there's reasonable doubt? If all these other people are saying that there's reasonable doubt? I mean, I don't know. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. Ali wants them to deliver it for 28 days. He says 1 hour for every day. So he's wanting them before they get the Tui Rodriguez charge read to them. He's wanting them to deliberate for 28 hours. I think the majority is not guilty too. Megan Rose, thank you for the super chat. The holdout may be on the DUI charge. But see, the DUI charge is still in conjunction with the other charges. It's like it's not a DUI standalone. It's a whatever it was, like manslaughter, but oh gosh, I can't remember the exact. I'd have to pull it up. But it's like while operating, it's basically still having the charge is still her hitting him, but it's while operating under the influence, operating a motor vehicle while under the influence. So it's not even a standalone. It would still involve the contact of her car and Officer John O'Keefe. And to me, with the crash daddies saying that couldn't happen, for me, that would knock out all of the charges. Because if that were a standalone charge, I could see where there would be mixed ideas about that one. OG Sean White, thank you for the super chat. I live in Mass. This was a waste of my tax dollars. It's a huge, huge financial situation. Oh, I can't imagine there having to be another. I can't. I can't even think. Oh. Like it literally, like it makes my stomach hurt right now thinking about having to do another trial. I think she's said they're going to be in a short recess. They're bringing the families in now. I think they're about to read the charge now. How could they possibly get an unbiased jury? I feel like at this point they would have to they would have to move it if they did another trial. Oh, I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to manifest it. Let me see. David, thank you for the super chat. A hung jury means that Karen won't be free to talk about the case if she still has legal jeopardy. Mr. O'Keefe is not coming, so the jury is called in. O'Keefe family arrives. Oh. It's not a win for either side, but I think it's the most of a win that the Commonwealth is going to get, honestly. I don't think that the Commonwealth is, I don't think there's any chance they can get a conviction. I think this is the closest that they'd be able to get, honestly. How is Tulio Rodriguez not essentially bullying a holdout? It's controversial for that reason. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Court is in session, please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You are muted. Goodbye.
So they're reporting that one of the jurors is crying. Last juror on the end is crying. All but 2 jurors are looking at the judge as she's reading the instruction. One of those jurors rarely makes eye contact with anyone. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implication it holds. Let's do... She has to read them these instructions because without their consent to continue deliberating, Bev can only send them back 2 times. I mean, here's the thing. Based on that note, they're not going to change their mind. If you are saying that you have a... That would be like saying, like, as firm as I am in my views that this should be not guilty, that would be like saying, well, go back again and see if they can convince you that she's guilty. Like, it's think about the when I think about like deeply held convictions that, you know, in how you're feeling about something, that would be like sending, you know, Turtle Boy and Grant back to a room and telling them that they have to agree on something. Do you think that's going to happen? Mildred, thank you for the super chat. I really feel bad for these jurors. They were handed an impossible case. Yeah, I feel bad for them too. This has been like, think about how long this has been going on. Their whole lives, you know, put on hold for this long. Kathy Davidson says lunchtime will be the end. In my opinion, if they are this deeply conflicted, the Commonwealth did not prove its case. I agree. I think that for me, if you have, let's say you have one holdout that's saying not guilty, to me, that would be an easier justification for saying, okay, if everybody is saying guilty except for me, I could maybe understand that being a little bit more like with the two Rodriguez being like, okay, like, are you looking at this objectively enough? Whatever. But if you have the majority or even half or even multiples saying not guilty, then to me, that's more than just like a fluke or, somebody's bias. That's like, if you have multiple people saying not guilty, then did the state really or Commonwealth really prove its case? Greg, thank you for the super chat. Theory, crying juror is the holdout and tired of getting yelled at all day. I mean, I can imagine that this is very emotional for them. Think about how aggressive some people can be on this, about this case. And, we don't know how, if they're saying that they are deeply divided by fundamental differences, then, imagine the frustration during deliberations that they're feeling. Crying juror is probably tired and frustrated. I know I am. I can't imagine how they are. Like, I have, like, okay, look at how divided everybody else is. And the majority of people say not guilty. Whether that's, believing in the defense's theory or just believing that the Commonwealth didn't prove their theory, whatever the case is, the majority of people in this case say not guilty. But there is a minority vote that say that she is guilty. Of course, that most of that group has been saying that since before the trial even started. So take that for what you will. But there are those people. Think about how frustrating it is. Like, okay, that group comes after me nonstop on Twitter. I can block them. I can mute them. They don't affect my life because I let them yap into the distance on their own, and I don't have to listen to it. But you don't get to do that during deliberations. So if you have somebody who is very, like, anti whatever it is that you're feeling and thinking and saying, they don't get to just mute them and go on about their merry way. They're in a room together having to try to discuss it and work it out. Yeah, let's not talk bad about, like, look, they've given this long of their time in their lives and having to be in this stressful situation. This is the first time that they're being able to discuss everything and talk about it. I can't imagine how difficult this is for them. So let's not bash them. I wouldn't want to be in their position. What do they mean, fundamental differences? Well, they said we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. So, like, to me, that means, like, things that they have seen and ways that they interpret the evidence and things that they truly believe are not going to change. Like this is not like a, well, you know, she just doesn't understand how Apple Health data works, or, you know, he just doesn't understand whatever. It's not like things that could be just misinterpreted, and if we just deliberate a little bit longer, we'll figure it out. It's like fundamental differences. Like these are things that are not going to change. Oh gosh, my stomach just started hurting because I feel like this is going to end up. So now they have to go back there and deliberate again after just saying, ain't nobody changing their minds. It shouldn't have to be unanimous, too much pressure. But see, I think it should. I feel like if they're going to potentially take somebody's freedom away for the rest of their lives, I feel like it should have to be unanimous, because it should be beyond a reasonable doubt, should mean that there are 12 people who can all look at the evidence and say, yep, has to be that. Otherwise, I don't think it would be sufficient enough to take somebody's freedom. Because I think looking at it from this perspective where we're like, oh my gosh, like, you know, are we going to get a verdict? Are we going to get a verdict? It's a little bit easier to say that. But then if you think about what it actually means, I think it should have to be, which is also why I don't think that I don't like what my state has done with the death penalty. I don't think that now that you only have to have, you know, what, 8 out of 12 vote for death penalty in Florida instead of unanimous. They also do not know everything we do. That's true. And they haven't had the opportunity to discuss it and debate it and hear other perspectives on it and hear legal perspectives on it and, you know, all of that either. So this is like their first time having to talk about this. Yeah, Tui Rodriguez charge. So you're basically forcing someone to change their mind. Either way, it seems wrong. Don't forget they said evidence. Yeah, they said the divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. Consensus is unattainable. Oh, I was awake for that. Not guilty. If there's even one itty bitty iota of reasonable doubt, it's not guilty. Clearly that exists here. That's the thing for me, is if there's this many, hi Jessica. If there's this many if there's multiple people saying that there's not enough evidence, if it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, and I was on the minority saying that there is, I would have to take a look at that, because if this many people are saying that there's doubt, then I would have to reevaluate. And maybe they have, and maybe they're still stuck there. But I mean, when we did the Melly trial, remember they did that, they read the Allen charge during the Melly trial, and they still came back and could not agree. So this isn't saying like, all right, whoever's on the majority, y'all go back there and bully the others into submission and then come back with a verdict. It's saying, you know, it's kind of like a last ditch effort to go see if you can, you know, find any kind of compromise is a bad word, because you don't want to be compromising on somebody's, you know, freedom. But if you can find any kind of understanding of where you're coming from or whatever. Pressure is real for the jurors. I wouldn't want to have that pressure. I wouldn't want to have it. I feel sad for the entire group. This is something they will now carry for the rest of their lives. Yeah, the TUI is designed to say, if most of your peers disagree with you, search yourself as to why. Fundamental differences like support the blue line no matter what, that's not going to change, and that's not the way to look at evidence. But see, my thing is, I don't know how you could, to me, supporting the blue line in this case would be supporting John O'Keefe, not supporting the solo cups and the, you know, to me it would be supporting, and this is just me, it would be supporting John O'Keefe and looking at, you know, they did such a terrible job with the investigation. Spam risk 11111111. That's a no for me, dog. I hardly answer my phone at all. And if you're gonna be calling me with a number like 11111111, it's a no for me. I thought it was going to be hung, but I'm still going to hold on to some hope. Me too. I don't want a hung jury. I cannot imagine going through all of this again. Oh, it makes my stomach hurt. Trial watching has ruined TV watching. I saw a court scene and I was like, nope, that's not how it works. That's true. I do the same thing. I can't remember what show it was, and I saw something, and it was one of the things where like they're like bringing in last minute evidence, like running from the back of the courtroom. And I'm like, you can't do that. There's discovery rules. And like, I'm telling them how they can and can't run their courtroom on TV. Not guilty should not have to be unanimous. That's an interesting concept. Let's discuss that, because that's an interesting concept. If to be guilty it had to be unanimous, I think it should be unanimous to be guilty. But that's interesting. If it's not guilty, if it's like maybe not just one. I say one could be a hung jury, but if it's 7, 6, 5, what do y'all think? I think that's very interesting, actually, because if there's multiple people on a jury who feel like the case has not been proven and they see reasonable doubt, how many do you think it would have to take for you to feel like it would be a fair verdict? More than one? 2/3? Some are just saying one. Some are saying majority. That's an interesting thought, and I could see that. Yeah, I think guilty should definitely be unanimous. I agree with that. But not guilty should be majority, if that makes sense. I could see that. Wasn't Bev's last case a hung jury? The Chestnut case was a big one that she did, and it ended in a hung jury. Gosh, I can't imagine. Oh God, every time I even say another trial, my stomach starts hurting. If it's a majority vote for not guilty, that should be considered a reasonable doubt. I think that's fair, actually. Yeah, that's because of the Parkland shooter. I know why it changed. I just don't like it. I'm not a big fan of death penalty. I think that death penalty should never be allowed in circumstantial cases, period. I don't think that there should be any exceptions just because there are so many wrongful convictions. I don't think it should be even an option if it's a circumstantial case. And I know some people disagree with me, and that's fine. This is just my own personal thing. I'm not a big fan of death penalty. Someone has the name I want. You're dead on, Brandi. Unanimous means everyone agrees. The evidence either says yes or there's reasonable doubt. TUI helps because if you're the holdout, why do you think everyone else is wrong? Is there a time limit on this, or could it go on forever? They will be able to send another note saying we still, like, we came and read the charge and went through it and still don't agree. Hung is reasonable doubt. Yeah. The problem is, I feel like there are some cases where I know that people get away with things because of a trial having issues or, things being done wrong. I know that, like, sometimes reasonable doubt can come from the issue with the trial or the lawyers or the evidence, being left out, or, there can be other things But I mean, that is reasonable doubt. I think that sometimes it's hard because, and this is why the justice system is hard sometimes, because you can look at some cases where, there may have been reasonable doubt in a case, and it is more of like a technical stuff or things that happened because of how the court system works, and you can or can't have certain things that are admissible or whatever. And then you look at things that are where there's a hung jury because of there not being enough evidence, or there being evidence that that instead of showing guilt shows innocence. And it's just I mean it makes things so difficult. I wish I knew if it was 11-1 or 6-6 or 7-5. Yeah, I would love to know the makeup of how many think what. Selena K, thank you for super chat. Thank you for stopping the jury bashing. I love this channel. Yeah, look, I know that this is emotional. Everybody is emotionally invested at this point, and so it's hard to understand why people are not on the same, thought process as us and thinking the same things, and it can get frustrating, but Morgan, I felt like asking, if this was your daughter or family, would you still have the same thought on guilt or innocence? That's one of the things that I've said on this channel multiple times. When we talk about the presumption of innocence, I always like to use that example, because this is not going into something like, oh, if there's somebody sitting in that defendant chair, that means they probably did something bad, and now we're just going to hear about everything they did bad so that we can, put them away and protect our families. I feel like the presumption of innocence, you should go into it thinking, okay, think about somebody who you love, trust, care about, whatever. For me, I'm thinking about, okay, think about if it's my kid. If they're saying that my kid did this and my kid's telling me I didn't, then I'm going to believe that my kid didn't do this. And the only way to make me believe this is if they prove it to me. So I feel like that's how we should go into each of the trials, is looking at this. Is this something that you can no longer argue with the fact that they did it, because they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt, there's no other reasonable explanation. It has to be your kid that did this. It has to be your husband that did this. It has to be your mama. It has to be whoever it is that you love and care about, that you trust, that's telling you, I didn't do this. And have they shown enough evidence to prove to you that they did do this? There's no other reasonable explanation. And if the evidence doesn't show you that enough to change your mind, if it were somebody that you are wanting to really believe in, then that's reasonable doubt. But people don't go into it like that. People go into it waiting, not all people, a lot of people go into it just waiting for them to show you enough to be like, all right, that's good. Lock her up. Lock him up. Thank you. These are my verdict eyebrows. Crazy. Thank you for the super chat. Can you imagine if they researched and found out about federal grand jury and info not admitted and they wished they said not guilty in the room? It breaks my heart. That's one thing that has always been interesting to me too is some trials where you have where's my chapstick? Where you have information that's not allowed in, and then they are able to get out and look at stuff that they weren't able to see before. And being able to see some of the information that they couldn't see, that wasn't allowed in trial and stuff like that. That's one of the things that's always interested me too. What's the case about the one where, was she a murderous adult or was she a child? Y'all will know it. Y'all know everything, and I can't ever, names escape me. Gosh, what was that? Natalia Grace, yes. Natalia Grace, The Curious Case of Natalia Grace. That's one that when there were interviews with some of the jurors after that and they found out some of the stuff that wasn't allowed to come in trial, they were pissed. Like, they were really mad. And I get that. I get that. If I was the jury foreperson, I would immediately send a note right back to Bev and say, we are done. Welcome. Is it Sa-Tai? Sa-Tai? Say-Tai? Sai-Tai? Sa-Tai. Welcome. Welcome. How can you ignore the two unbiased witnesses at the end? You can't ignore physics. That's the biggest part for me. That was the biggest part for me. How long do how long do you think it will be before there is another trial? Oh gosh, I don't even want to think about it. I mean, right to a speedy trial is what, 3 months, 90 days from the time of a hung jury, unless they waive that right. I don't know. I mean, I can't even. Oh. Oh, I'm so behind on chat. Mildred, thank you for super chat. Better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer. William Blackstone. Yeah. I mean, and if you've ever watched any of those shows, documentaries, whatever, where they find like the wrongly convicted people and like just the stuff that they go through and their family goes through, it's terrible. David, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Brandi. I discovered your coverage during this trial, and I think it is wonderful. You do a fantastic job of informing and entertaining. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I didn't realize how far behind I was. The girl with the animals. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to our new folks. You look good in green. Thank you, thank you. Satai? I feel like I'm saying it wrong, and I'm so sorry. I joined today because your coverage has been so good. Love the podcast, and I really enjoy you being you. Wait, are you the blonde girl? I'm the blonde girl! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Natalie, thank you for the super chat. What do you think John's family feels about this? I don't know. I hate speculating on what people feel. I know that they have, believed that, or at least most of them that I know of have believed that she is guilty. I can't imagine them having to go through another trial. I cannot imagine them having to go through another trial. As hard as this one has been, I can't even imagine. Gosh, I'm way behind. I didn't realize how behind I was. Nico66, thank you for super chat. Can jurors request another juror be removed? No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I don't know how. Okay, I know that there's a case in Georgia that I was originally planning on covering on the podcast, but then they're going through appeals, trying to get a new trial, so I had to hold off on it. But they could not reach a verdict, and they had they were at a standstill, and the judge basically kind of offered for the defendant. They were like, well, we'll take, death penalty off the table if you are okay with replacing one juror and bringing in an alternate. And he agreed. And I guess he didn't know at the time that the one juror was saying not guilty. And they replaced that one juror that's saying not guilty with an alternate who then came in and voted guilty, and then they convicted him. And I wholeheartedly believe he's innocent. I started looking into that case because one of the victims, there was 8 victims, family members. And, well, they were all family members except for one. One was my old friend. It was her and her family and her boyfriend. And I started looking into it because I was like, I bet he didn't do it alone. And I started looking into it, like thinking I could, maybe find out who, if anyone, who else could have been involved. And as I started looking into it, I was like, oh crap, he's innocent. Not what I was expecting. But they did that in his trial, which is crazy. RJ NLC, get to the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps the eyebrows are confusing the newcomers. Could be. These are my verdict brows. Happens on verdict days. Except for last week, because I couldn't find them. And then also because I had appearances that I was doing. Mark said they could, but it's up to the judge. I think they can if they are threatening other jurors. I mean, if there's like major juror drama, if it's something like that, then I think that would be different than just like they don't agree type thing. Miss Kara 26, thank you for super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm caught up. Sorry, I didn't realize how far behind I was on chat. So if I missed your stuff, I'm sorry. I was trying to read. I was trying. I'm curious, have jurors ever gotten into literal fights before? I mean, it must have happened somewhere, no? Ever hear of it happening? I don't know. I can't think of... I mean, I know that we've heard that they've gotten pretty sassy with each other, but as far as like physical altercations... I spy verdict browse. Is it true that Massachusetts does not permit jury polls? Well, for what, after? I'm not sure. I've heard they've thrown things in the jury room for, oh. Let's do a poll on if you think, okay, if it's a hung jury, do you think they will retry Karen? It makes me tired even thinking about going through this again. J. Margaret, thank you for super chat. Could both be true. He got mad and threw a cup at the taillight, but killed inside. The taillight pieces were found and used to pin her. I believe she's innocent. Yeah, it could definitely both be true. I mean, I'm not ruling out any alternate scenario at this point that hasn't had, you know, enough evidence to rule it out. I think that there could definitely be truth somewhere in between all of it. Because that was one of my things that I said in the, you know, okay, because look at it like this. Let's say he did throw the glass and hit her taillight. Like, let's say as she's, you know, getting mad and she's backing up and she's about to leave because they were fighting and he wants to go party and she doesn't want to, and, you know, they were fighting over whatever. And she gets mad. She's going to back up to leave. He gets mad and throws the glass and it, you know, breaks the taillight. Okay. It could totally happen, right? If that, let's say that that's what happened. She had said that she knew, like, she hit something and she didn't know what it was. Let's say she's drunk, doesn't remember, everything's kind of a fog, but she remembers that loud noise from him throwing the glass and hitting the taillight. To me, that would make more sense why she wakes up in the morning thinking, and he's still not there, and she's thinking like, oh my gosh, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Because if she's backing up and he throws this glass and she hears this loud noise, in that moment, she is probably not thinking that she hit him, because why would she think she hit him? But she hears the loud noise on her car. She's mad. She goes home. Then she wakes up and he's still not there, and she's called him 53 times the night before and fell asleep. And so now she's thinking, oh my gosh, when I backed up, that loud noise, could that have been me hitting him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? The taillight pieces were 100% planted. Okay, so in that scenario, that would not have shattered those taillight pieces into, 45 pieces, right? And it wouldn't have shattered them everywhere. So I think in that scenario, both of those situations could still be true. Like it could have cracked the taillight, broken the glass, but not accounted for all of the taillight pieces. So if the whole planting taillight thing is still going to happen, it could still happen with that scenario, because it could have been like I said, I think a lot of them were wanting to beef up the case to secure a conviction. And so my biggest question is, how did taillight show up when it was intact, mostly at 5 a.m.? Yeah, I mean, that the video you can see in the dash cam and on the ring, you can see that there's a crack, but it does not look like it is fully, it does not look like that Sally Port video where it's like all but, there's only like one little piece of red left on there. It doesn't look like that at all. Marilyn, hey Marilyn. 2 women got into a slapping fight in Jersey. Oh wow, really? Why did she need to reverse anyway? I don't know. I don't know. If she did do a 3-point turn and went back. But even then, Higgins' Jeep was supposedly parked right there, according to him and the McCabe's. But then according to Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel and Ricky D'Antano, it wasn't. So I don't know. Right, I mean, I agree on that, on this possibility, but where did that glass come from? That's the weird thing, because there is the glass that all matches that cup, and then there's the piece of glass that was on the bumper that matches a piece that was in the street, but those don't match the cup. Make that make sense. It doesn't. And it couldn't have come from the car, because there was that wasn't glass that matched anything on the car. That was plastic taillight. So, I don't. Diane, thank you for super chat. Massachusetts doesn't provide court transcripts to jurors. They can only use their notes. That's crazy. That is crazy, especially in a trial this long. Imagine having to refer to your notes, and think about the different things that, like there were different things that Lally said that were not true when he's talking about different videos and different things. So imagine writing that in your notes, but then not being able to go back and like listen to testimony of people who said the opposite. And you're just going by things you jotted down. That's crazy to me. So crazy to me. As for the poll, I do think they'll retry Karen Reed if it's a hung jury. They need her to close the issue of John's unaliveness to protect those actually involved. Good old boys club. But the thing with that is, even if it's a hung jury and even if they don't retry, then it's still not going to, they're still not going to pursue anybody else for it. Like, she is the chosen one. She is the one that they're going for this. So if hung jury and they can't agree on this, retrying her won't make a difference on whether or not they pursue anything with anybody else. Either way, they're not going to pursue anything with anybody else. Cajun, he admitted it when they loaded it on the tow truck, cracked with a piece missing. Yeah, cracked with a piece missing, and he said it was not completely damaged. And Carrie Roberts said the same thing. She said the same thing about how it was, cracked with a piece missing or something like that, like how it had with a hole in it, or however she worded it. Her and the tow truck driver had the same explanation, or not explanation, description of how it looked, which is kind of the same thing that we saw in the videos. So that is totally different than what we saw on the Sally Port, or the photos that were taken in the Sally Port. Miss Kara, thank you for a super chat. The lights on her car are red LED lights, which appear red when on, white when off. The lights on her car are red LED lights, which appear red when on and white when off. But see, the dash cam, like even the stuff where her lights are off. Okay, think about when we were looking at the Sally Port video when it was inverted and we didn't yet know it was inverted. When the car came in, you can see that it's white right there. So and that's not the damaged one. So we can see that there's white right there when they're off. So it is kind of hard to see. And then you think about that. I keep going back to the picture of the taillight when they took the pictures in the Sally Port, and it has that huge just chunk of everything missing except for like the one little red piece, right? And it's like the whole thing is completely busted out. And to me, that just, it doesn't, it doesn't add up. But I think that, like Miss Kara's saying, like they appear white when off. You can tell that in that Sally Port video when they bring in the car and you're looking at the side that's not damaged. Before we knew that it was the side that's not damaged, when they didn't tell us it's inverted. But you can see how it's white on there. And when you're looking at that and it looks white, I think that was kind of a win for the defense, honestly, because like when you look at it and you see that white and you're like, oh, okay, it's broken right there. But it's not. It's white lens right there. But it just lights up red. Brad Martin, thank you for super chat. Brandi, was there early testimony by a police officer saying someone broke their light while it was being removed? In Gallagher's cross-examination, I think is what it was, Jackson asked him if the taillight was, I can't remember exactly how he worded it. Something about, was the taillight shattered when they were removing it? And he said yes. Uh-oh. Sirens. There's been so many beach rescues, people getting in the water with these riptides. crazy. But yes, that was Gallagher. Parker should get suspended for his conduct. He is not supposed to discuss any homicide or crime scene with family and friends. Can he lose his job for this? He had a WhatsApp group. He is still employed with Massachusetts State Police somehow, but I don't know how. I think he should be gone, but what do I know? What do I know? Can you put some makeup on your eyebrows? I can't look at you. Nope. You get what you get. You don't pitch fit. Isn't that funny though? How that turned into a whole tradition. Can you put something on your eyebrows? I can't look at you. Isn't that funny how that turned into a whole tradition? Who knew? Who knew? They're my verdict brows. CM said maybe we can have a moment of silence for Officer John O'Keefe and to send prayers, good vibes, etc. to the jury. Jesus or whatever entity you believe in needs to be in that jury room. I think they need something. Robert H. Brandi literally on a beach. Yes, the beach rescue is. They have people that have been getting in the water, and it's riptides have been really bad the last week or so. According to Toyota, Lexus, the light bulb inside is white, not red. I saw this argument on X earlier. With the inside, but on that side is the side on that bottom. Remember on the Sallyport video? That's what I'm talking about. The lens right there is white. So then when the lens is white, and I think people are expecting it to be a whole red thing, that part right there that's like where you have like the red right here and then it's like the white right here. Remember on that Sallyport video, we could see the white right there. So then if you don't know that it's the white right there, then it looks like it's like busted out. If you don't know the whole thing, like know how the colors are on there. They did say it was red when they tried to remove it, so they brought in a guy who knew how to remove it. Yeah, and the guy was from the Canton Police, so they talked about that too, how they were supposed to be conflicted. Leave the verdict brows alone. Watch hurricane coming up to Texas and Gulf. I haven't even looked. I haven't even heard. If we're getting a hurricane, I haven't even heard about it yet. Hi, Kristen. Hello, welcome. Hey, Brandi, found you on a panel with Melanie, Baker, and Jerks during this case. I'm subbed and into your podcast now as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Holly Mac, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Holly Mac. Thank you. Thank you. Loaded Hot said, your eyebrows are really growing on me. Now you just need them growing on you. I don't know that I could get used to them. Because still, every time I look in the camera, I'm like, driving there from Boston later this month. Oh, it's so pretty. Hurricane is in Bermuda and it's bad. Uh-oh. That's not good. Sammy spills the tea. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. You live here now. You live here now. The brows are looking great. I'm actually thinking about getting some. Yeah, I'm in Florida. I'm in the panhandle of Florida. Let's see. Let's do this. What do y'all think that they're hung up on? If you had to pick something that they're hung up on. Oops. Down a member for 4 whole months is an amazing trial watching family here. Trial watching family here. Thank you to everyone. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Happy 4-month anniversary. The 4-person formed. The key cycle. You think they're arguing over the reason all the troopers were bald? I think they are hung up on some misunderstanding with what reasonable doubt is. Juror nullification. What if they all think she's guilty and the one crying thinks she's not guilty? I would be shocked. I would be really shocked. Chrissy Eld, just to lay one conspiracy to rest. Attorneys Lots said in Massachusetts, the first juror is asked, then second, until a yes, and their name is held out from alternate drawing. Oh, thank you, Mermaid. I'll go by there today. I really think it's the last three witnesses. I would be shocked if it were mostly guilty. Can't wait to hear from the jury after. Me neither, but I don't know how many of them would be even comfortable talking about it with as crazy as this case has been. Some have been saying that Bev picked number one intentionally. Jurors' interviews will be interesting. They will be. If they do jury interviews, I'll be really, really interested to hear them. It could be arguing over the band, or if it was snowing. Yeah, it's 12:18 there. Arguing over the wind speed. Even if you take out the conspiracy theory, there's reasonable doubt of her guilt. I agree. To me, it stopped being about the conspiracy theory and it started being about whether or not there's proof of her doing this, and there's just not, to me. There's doubt everywhere to me. Had to walk away. Has anything else happened? No. Defense needs to call for a bench trial if Bev isn't doing it. But could you imagine? Bev would have already done center away. All right, I'm going to end this poll. Okay, if it's a hung jury, do you think that they will retry Karen? 64% said no. 35% said yes. What's the longest you have waited for a verdict? What is the longest that we've waited for a verdict? I don't even know. The shortest was Richard Merritt, right? That one was like less than an hour, just under an hour. I think that's the shortest. I can't remember the longest. How long was Melly? Because that one was a hung jury too. Consider red lipstick with those fabulous brows. If stuff begins to feel crazy, or paint it outside those lip lines. Let your face reflect our angst. Just saw where Sarah Boone will be pro se. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy. What is the option if no retrial? I didn't even know retrial wasn't an option if there's a hung jury. Yeah, if they decided there's not enough evidence to convict and to pursue another trial, then they won't retry her. They have that option. Oh my gosh. Sarah Boone pro se would be something. Someone from the UK said they had 4-month deliberation. Jensen Johnson, thank you for super chat. Can I get a birthday shout out from my husband, Colin Ray? Colin Ray, happy birthday. We've been watching your lives together through the trial, hoping to get a verdict today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Holding out for a verdict. Sarah Boone is the next Daryl Brooks. Yeah. Lucy is not laying very ladylike right now. But she's so cute. Her little legs. Happy birthday, Colin Ray. Yeah, Sarah Boone is pro se unless she hires her own attorney. I don't know how she could, though. I mean, I don't know what her financial situation is looking like, but that's funny. It's my husband's birthday too today and our anniversary. Happy anniversary and happy birthday to your husband. She is. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. She needs to get groomed. She's a little bit messy right now. Instead of grounds, Sarah will yell, "Not intentional." happen. She says she has supporters all over the world. It's not their lunchtime yet. They usually do lunch at 1 o'clock, and it's 12:26 right now. So it's getting closer, but not quite yet. Y'all like, right? Thank you for super chat. We have verdict browse. We're going to get a verdict. These would be, if this ends up being, God forbid, if this ends up being a hung jury, this would be the second hung jury with verdict browse. I think every other trial has been the verdict that we expected, right? Other than the one hung jury for Mel. I can't think of any others being not what we expected. Carrie Bear says, today is my brother's birthday. He starts chemo tomorrow. Gives me a different perspective on birthdays. Yeah. Birthdays have a very different perspective after you've gone through health stuff. Because it's a totally different... When you don't think that you're going to see more birthdays, or you don't know, or you have something that kind of reminds you of how fleeting life is. Birthdays have a whole different meaning after that. So I get that. I wish your brother well. Nene, new member, welcome, welcome, welcome. Why are they taking so long to write a new note? Well, she sent the instructions back there with them, the Alan charge. Well, not Alan, the Tui Rodriguez charge. She sent it back there with them, so they're probably going through all of that to make sure that they're following it how they're supposed to be. I saw on X someone said she is guilty because she was driving drunk. That was on a court TV thread too. She's guilty because she's driving drunk. See, that's not how guilty works. That's not how that works. That's like the people that are saying she's guilty because, like, she's not showing enough emotion in court, or she's guilty because she woke up panicking, and that's not what they would do. That's not what guilty is. Guilty is not that. They were all driving drunk. Nancy D, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Brandi, did you get a chance to watch the YouTube video I sent with K9 Trainer? He said Karen is not guilty and cops are corrupt. He works with cops every day. I did not. I've not had time to watch it. Honestly, I spent all day Saturday finishing the podcast episode. And when I was finishing it, I could barely even hold my eyes open. So as soon as I finished that, I went to bed Saturday night, and then I slept all day yesterday. except for I woke up for those 3 hours to do the panel last night with Broken Baker and Valhalla and Mark Betterow and Andrea Burkhart. And who did I say? Me, Andrea Burkhart, Mark Betterow, Valhalla, Broken Baker, and Young Jerks. I did that last night. I woke up for that. That's the only thing I woke up for. I haven't had a chance to watch anything else. Every time there's a panel of 6, every single time I do it, I always leave one person out, unless I count on my fingers to make sure I get all 6. Every single time. If I count on my fingers to make sure I get all 6, then I'll do it. But every single time I leave somebody off, and every single time it's a different person. It was on Broken Baker's channel. Broken Baker. Oh, and he had he hit 9,000 subs last night. Let's look and see real quick. I want to see if he's at 10,000 yet. Oh, he's at 9,600. He's at 9.68. Y'all, let's get him to 10,000 real quick. Let's do this. Here's the link. I'm going to pin it. We have 1,700 people in YouTube right now. We have 7,000 total. Let me put the link on here too. Everybody go give him a sub real quick. Let's get him to 10,000. He's at 9.68 now. It's at 9.74 now. Keep going. Keep going. $9.76 now. We're just gonna watch him. He's done a lot of coverage on this too. He's one of the ones who has been covering it since some of the first hearings too. 9.79. $9.81. We're getting there. Less than 200 now. $9.82. We'll get him there. I subbed on the previous discussion to last night's one. Yeah. I like supporting other creators. 9.83. I hope the jury continues deliberations during their lunch. I think that they have been. Because I know that they get their lunch delivered to them, and they have the option to continue deliberating. But if they do continue deliberations, they can't reach a verdict, or I mean, they can reach a verdict. They can't submit a verdict or questions during that time because they allow the attorneys and the judge, to go. But I know that they can keep going. Brian Apple Snapple, what? I didn't know we were still on watch. I thought it was hung. Well, they said that they could not reach a decision. And now the judge has read them the Tui Rodriguez charge and sent them back to deliberate. And so now we're just waiting. Just waiting. And waiting and waiting. I'm so stressed out. I'm pulling Lolly. How funny are those pictures and videos of him back there stressed out and chain smoking? Are they allowed other types of breaks like smoke breaks or whatever? I haven't heard one way or the other, but I assume. Lucy. She's a bad dog. See a food fight in the jury room. If it's hung, Lally will think, so you're telling me there's a chance. Okay, let's check on Baker's. All right, he's at 9.86. So we need like 140 more. 140 more to get him to 10K. Let's do it. Brad, thank you for the super chat. Brandi, what would you say to a juror who is voting guilty and thinks she has to be guilty because of the taillight pieces and the shoe? I don't know. I would say that one of the biggest things for me is the biggest thing for me really is the crash daddies. And to me, if it wasn't for them saying this is not possible, then I may believe that a little bit more, but I feel like that's not enough for a guilty verdict beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel like there's other explanations that are possible and reasonable on how that can be explained. And so for me, it's not enough. I have smoked more cigs than ever before watching this trial. Yay, keep subscribing. Yeah, where's he at? Let's see. $9.89 now. We started at 9.68, so y'all are getting there. Inside Edition has great proof that Karen Reed is guilty. Didn't we talk about this the other day? Inside Edition is not, if they had proof that she's guilty, then that proof should have been in the trial. Otherwise, Inside Edition is a TV show that wants ratings, and they can have opinions just like everybody else can have opinions, but that's not proof. If there was proof, it should have been in trial. Inside Edition is a tabloid, but TV show, yeah. It's a TV show doing what TV shows are going to do. They're, which is fine. It's just not where I go to get my most accurate information. All right, he's at 9.9 now, so we need less than 100, y'all. Less than 100. Less than 100. $9.91. I get excited for other people. I found out about White Claw this trial. So at least it wasn't all a waste, right? Who are we subbing to? Broken Baker. I've been on a panel with him on his channel the last few weeks. 9.92, so it's like 80 left. So close, guys. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. New York Post article, David Unetti states it is an accident. That's not what was said. All right, this is, Kimmy, I know you're wanting to come in and spread all that around, and I appreciate I appreciate something, but that's not what was said, and I prefer to not spread things that are not accurate. So that's going to be, so Inside Edition, God bless them. It's great. But let's keep things to facts, because facts are fun, and ideas, but let's not spread misinformation. Ideas are fine, thoughts are fine, but let's just not spread things that are not true. Brandi has that constant look of surprise today for some reason. It's the verdict brows. It's the verdict brows. $9.95. 50 more, y'all. 50 more. We're almost there. We're almost there. Get him there. Get him there. Yay. Yay. Shelby Taylor, thank you for super chat. Have a rad pathway. Going to be brutal. Rad and chemo together for a cure. Get second opinions. Thank you for your support. Oh. Radiation pathway. Oh. Thoughts are with you. Thoughts are with you. Yes, get second opinions. And third, I wish I had done that in the very beginning. Broken Baker, is there a link anywhere? Yes. Here, I'll give you the link again. This is the link. Everybody go sub to him. He's like 50 more. Hold on, let's refresh. 40 more. 40 more. If you haven't subbed yet, please do. We want to get him to 10K today. So close. Here, let me tweet it too. How many did I say? 40 more? There we go. All right, let's see. He hit 10K.
Really wants into his P.O. box.
Facts.
Okay, when White Rabbit comes and searches each of you down, allegedly in Minecraft, I had nothing to do with this, and you're all adopted.
White Rabbit the other day said she was going to start making it so that he had to open all your stuff at my house. Holy crap, you got 10K, Baker.
Woo!
Hell yeah.
Yay.
Outstanding, my dude.
Hell
Feet cam now?
Thank you. Well,
now it's time for a 10-hour stream. 24-hour stream at 10K. Is that what you said?
That's what he said. I remember that. I remember him saying that.
Thank you so much for the raid, Brandi, and thank you so much for helping me to 10,000. Over the last 2 weeks, I grew like 6,000 subscribers. And by the way, talking about Brandi, congratulations on her 26,000 views. She reached a few days ago, I believe. And she should, as I said, she should have an extra 0 on that one because she is amazing. So,
she will before it's all said and done.
Yeah. We should go back and rate her like we did yesterday. Oh, on Friday. And again, a 10-hour stream. Oh, a short one. But thank you all so much, so very, very much.
Yay!
And I said if I reach 10,000, I'll get a new tattoo. And I'm getting a tattoo on Monday. So
are you gonna put 10K on it somewhere?
Oh my gosh, no regrets right here.
No regrets.
Only regrets.
No regrets.
Get a tattoo.
Chad gets
of
to
the
pick
fan.
the tattoo.
There's no way I would ever in a million years do that. No, on my luck, they'd be like, swastika, forehead, go. No!
Well,
I told him to get a tattoo of the fan. That's awesome. Yay. 10K. I love seeing good people do well. Oh my gosh. Ted Daniel says, I'm inside the Superior Courthouse and missed all the excitement with a prisoner who apparently escaped from the district courthouse across the street and everyone chasing after him. Can't make this stuff up. What? That's crazy. Yay, congratulations, Brick and Baker. His little sticky note. I love the sticky notes. Thank you, Wonder Kim. Thank you, thank you. Inception. What if Baker streamed you now too? Streamed me, streaming him? No regrets. Biscuit but one. Love me some regrets. Prisoner escaped. You can't make that up. You just can't make this stuff up. It's crazy. Can you tell my bestie Melissa is watching right now? I said I love her. Melissa! Reggie loves you. How are y'all going to lose a whole detainee? A whole detainee. How? How? Nobody will ever be as stealthy as Cavalcante. Ooh. That one was crazy. Brandi is all smiles today. I got sleep yesterday. It's amazing what a difference that makes. I actually slept all day long. All day long. Oh yeah, they did lose Casey White. Casey White was like, he's my daddy's height too. He's like 6'8". How you lose a 6'8" dude? It ain't like they could be just hiding behind. It's like, you know what that makes me think of? It makes me think of that meme where Shaq is like hiding behind the little skinny tree, where it's like big old Shaq and he's like hiding behind the little skinny tree. That's what that reminds me of. Trooper Paul on that detainee's case. Lord help Dedham if that's who's covering it. Craziness. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. I'm going to have to add, when this trial is over, I'm going to have to add part of something with the biscuit to either the intro or the outro. I need to add it, hear ye, to the intro. And what else? I need to add something with the biscuit to the outro. Could you imagine being the prisoner and having a crowd of people chasing you? No! Bunch of people in pink just take off and you got a whole herd of Pepto-Bismol chasing behind you. Not knowing what the heck is going on. You picked the wrong time to take off running. You picked the wrong time. That's a bad time. Oh, God save the Commonwealth. Steve Cooper from Channel 7 has a video of the runner on X. Ooh, okay. Let me look. Oh, breaking news in the YSL. Judge Glanville has agreed to have another judge address the defense motions to have him recused. The trial is on hold until further notice. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
Brandi, come in.
Which way to go?
Huh.
Prisoner, go, go, go.
That's crazy.
Brandi, come in.
Did a 3-point turn.
Which way to go?
Three-point turn.
Prisoner, go, go, go.
Yeah, a prisoner because things couldn't get any crazier, right? Prisoner escaped from Dedham District Court moments ago. They've got him back in custody after racing through the crowd of Karen Reed supporters camped outside Superior Court. You gonna pick today when there's thousands and thousands of people outside to show where you're going? That's your best plan? That's your best plan. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. Next up, a streaker. Oh, gosh. What is even happening in Dedham? What is even happening in Dedham? Amanda says, I'm on my second White Claw. Look. It's noon, my time. The judge has left her chamber. No verdict or questions until at least 2. Enjoy your lunch. So we've got an hour where nothing can happen. I'd almost got away with it if it wasn't for those pesky Karen Reed supporters. Yep, lunchtime. My mom. Hi, Mama. My mom just texted me and said she's having a hard time watching me with my new eyebrows. It's the verdict brows. It's the verdict brows, Mama. Can't see new verdict brows. Why does every day feel like a half day in Canton? Hi, Candace. Candace McGrath says, hi, Brandi. I found your podcast and loved it. Thank you so much. Which then led me to be here watching the trial with you. Thank you for all your hard work with this case. I appreciate your perspective and commentary. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mama. My mom was like, those are not the eyebrows that I gave birth to. Hey, Mama. Hi, baby. If you show up to bingo tonight, don't come with the brows. That's so mean. Whatever. My mama don't want me to. My mama don't want to be seen with my new eyebrows. You don't like them? It's my verdict brows. That is 100% a Southern mama statement. Don't you show up to bingo with them eyebrows. They're my bingo brows, Mama. What if they're good luck? So rude. So rude. It's the shocked expression brow look. They kind of like, my kid told me they look like villain eyebrows, and now I can't unsee that. I'm like, my villain brows. I said that in the most loving mom way I could. Okay. Don't show up to bingo with eyebrows is incredibly loving. Leave the brows at home. Have you ever won at bingo? I want to go, but have you? I have won at bingo. Okay, so the first time we went to bingo, we went to a bingo that's like where people get like super serious about it, and I won one of the things, and my mom it was like me and my mom and my kid, and my mom took a picture, and it's so funny because the people like that were there take it really seriously, like really seriously. We're just in there goofing off, having fun, and my mom took a picture of me like holding up my winnings. I was like holding up my money, like all fanned out, and my mom took a picture, and the lady behind me is looking at me like death stare. Like they were so mad that I won. Like me, this rookie who didn't even come with her own daubers, just beat them and won the pot, and they were so mad at me. They were so mad at me. It's kind of funny, but they were so mad at me. And now we do music bingo, and I have never won at music bingo. But my mama has. My mama has won at music bingo, and some of her friends have, and one of my friends has. But I have never won. But maybe it's the brow. Maybe the brows will make me lucky. It could be the brows. Florida bingo is like a cage match. That is so true. You don't mess with people's bingo in Florida. Like it's serious. It gets real serious. Music bingo is really fun. It's a lot of fun. Your mom just made watching a fan for hours worth it. Hilarious. Yeah. If y'all are wondering where I get my sass from, it's my mama. It's my mama. Dang, my sister won 40K at bingo at the Muckleshoot Casino. 40K at bingo? That's crazy. I can't remember how much I won. I think it was like a couple $100 maybe, and that was like, to me, I was, ooh, big ballin'. Music bingo is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Like they'll play the songs, especially like when it's like the genres of music that you really like, because you get to sit there and like the songs will come on and you'll sing along and stuff and dance, and it's a lot of fun. How many cards at one time have you maxed out with? 2 at one time is the most I could do. It was a lot. I can't believe Mama's trolling me. My mom was in here trolling the eyebrows. So funny. Question: the form doesn't allow for not guilty on one charge but hung on another. How will the judge know what charges jeopardy attaches to? Well, she did say after they talked about it that she was going to change it. So hopefully it's all cleared up now. I won a t-shirt once. Now you have to go to bingo with the brows. She'll kick me out. Give your mama a few minutes. The brows have grown on me. Broken Baker, congratulations on your 10K. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Lovey. We love you. Congratulations on your 10K. That's awesome. That's awesome. We kept refreshing over here. When we started, I looked, and when we started, it was at 9.68. And so we kept sending people over and kept refreshing to see, because we were determined you were going to get to 10K today. I'm excited for you. You deserve it. I'm excited for you. When Broken Baker came to the U.S. in, what was it, June-ish? May, June? When he came to the U.S., they had him trying a whole bunch of different, foods and drink and stuff like that from here. And he was funny talking about some of the stuff that he tried and some of the stuff that he liked and didn't like. He tried moon pies. Now Lucy doesn't have to go to the pound. I know, I was threatening. Do this or Lucy gets it. I need you on one day to tell the eyebrow story. It all started from a troll. Not even really a troll, just like a person who didn't like my eyebrows being not thick enough and couldn't focus on me. And then Lisa Dempsey. And he didn't like fried green tomatoes. I'm going to forgive him for that. I'm just going to assume he didn't have the right kind. I'm 66, brunette. I haven't seen my eyebrows and can't see up close to draw. How do yours work? Please share. Lisa Dempsey sent these to me. So you can get these on Amazon, and they are like, you just cut them and then you put a wash rag over them, and it's like a tattoo. I liked catfish. Well, there you go. Oh, good question. Baker, did you go to Waffle House? I know. I love fried green tomatoes. There's this one place that they were bought out by another place, which is still good. But before they were bought out, they had fried green tomatoes on their menu, and me and my mom used to get them every time we go there. Oh my gosh, they were so good. And they had like this. It's like they call it gravy, but it's not like gravy. I don't know. It's like this sauce on there that was so good. Oh, they were so good. So good. I love fried pickles. Love a lightly microwaved chocolate moon pie. I like moon pies too. And fried green tomatoes. I'm just going to assume that he didn't have fried green tomatoes that were cooked right. Because if you have them that they're cooked right, then you can't help but like them. I don't even really like tomatoes. Like, I like salsa and stuff like that. Like, I like stuff that's made with tomatoes. And I make really good sauce, like, with tomatoes. But as far as, like, just a tomato, I don't like them. But fried green tomatoes, I do. I love them. I was just wondering why everyone was running. Because there was an escaped convict. And he chose this day, when there's thousands of people outside of the courthouse waiting on a verdict, he chose this day to try to make a run for it. I snack on cherry tomatoes. I am not a fan. Podcast just dropped. It dropped Saturday. Yes. We can no longer be friends. I thought I could trust you. How can I trust someone who doesn't like tomatoes? Well, you know that because you even got upset when I took them off of my sandwich at CrimeCon. And because I took them off of when I got the sandwich, but right before we went live and I got the sandwich from the deli and came down, you were like, what? How do you not like tomatoes? I like them like just not plain. Like I like them with, like I love bruschetta, salsa. As a Southerner, tomato sandwich on fresh white bread and mayo. Can you do that? My mama loves those with salt and pepper. She'll eat a tomato sandwich. My grandfather has always had gardens, and he'd grow tomatoes and, tomatoes and stuff. And she used to make tomato sandwiches out of the tomatoes that he would grow, and with just white bread, mayonnaise, salt, and pepper. She loved them. I can't eat them. The only disagreement my daughter-in-law and I had about her wedding was the margarita pizza she wanted. She didn't want tomatoes. See, now on margarita pizzas, I can do tomatoes. It's just like what it is for me. It's not the actual tomato. It's that like the, I don't know if it's like the sweetness or the texture or what it is of like that, the inside like juicy stuff on the tomatoes. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But like on margarita pizza, I can take that. It's like I can take it if they're like soaked in something or they have, something else like that. I just can't take them like raw like that. Our chat always ends up talking about food. Always. We always end up back on food. I'm on episode 18. You're talking about the DNA and where it all was. I keep skipping back in it because my brain takes forever to track. Yeah, that mine too. It takes me a while to write the episodes for that reason because I have to organize it in my mind. Yep, they are on lunch break. I don't know if the jury is deliberating through lunch, but I know that the attorneys and the judge leave during that hour. So did you talk about okra? I love okra. I love fried okra or stewed okra with tomatoes. See, that kind of tomatoes I can do. It's just the raw ones, like the raw sliced tomatoes. I can't do it. Back to the food subject. Every time. We go back to food every single time. I need a wellness check on Lucy. Oh, that's a good girl. That's a good girl. Give me that belly. Give me that belly. People always think she's like unconscious because she lays there and does not move. You guys make me hungry all the time. We always end up back at food. Always. It's funny. Okay. I am going to let me do this. Oops. I'm going to give you Beach Cam for a minute, and I'm going to take her OUT. Oh, yes. When this case is over, we need to go to Bella Roma. Now I want some Italian food. Bella Roma is so good. So good. Bella Roma is like this Italian restaurant that's here, and it's so good. It's so good. Danny delivery. Nah. Nah. She understands. You see her stand up. She even when I spell it now, she hears it. All right, there we go. I'm covering that. Okay, I am going to take her OUT. Look at her staring at me now because she knows what that means. Lucy, you want to go outside? You want to go outside? A go potty? Okay, okay. All right, I'm going to take her out and I'll be right back, y'all. Scares everybody every time. Scares everybody every time. Oh. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. She's coming back. Don't fall out of chairs. Everybody does. It scares everybody every time. Every time. I am not going to lie. I put a hat on to go out there because these eyebrows are like even more intense in person than they look on camera. I put a hat on to go out there to take Lucy out. Brandi, you made me jump and my kids cry. Y'all always know I'm coming back. I don't know why everybody acts scared when I do. We need to have your mom on so we can get some good stories. I don't know about that. We'll see. Maybe I'll have her on a members live one night. Members only live. I think I may have peed a little. That's funny. Lucy didn't disown you and refused to walk with you. No. Let me tell you, part of what was so amazing about being in bed all day long yesterday, other than those few hours that I was on the panel on Baker's channel, Lucy was so snuggly. She was loving it. She was loving the fact that we just laid in bed and were lazy all day. And it was apparently raining most of the day. I couldn't tell you because I slept through it all. But apparently it was raining most of the day. And so that just made the sleep even better. And she was just, so I couldn't have taken her out anyway. She doesn't like going in the rain and getting all wet. She doesn't like it. So she doesn't mind getting wet in the waves, like if she's playing in the water, but she doesn't like getting wet in the rain. And so we couldn't have gone out anyway. So she loved being just snuggly. It was cute. Good to see. No fan. Yeah, you can barely see. Cover it right there. There we go. You should create a poll to see who wants to have your mom on live. Y'all think I'm sassy? Literally got my sassy pants from her. Oops. Megan, thank you for the super chat. I need this trial to be over today so I can get on with my life. Man, my anxiety level is so high and I can't get anything done. I can relate to that. I can relate to that. I'm ready to carry on with my life. It has been a moment. This has been a moment. It's going to be one of those weird things. Remember, like some of the long trials when they end, like Murdoch was a long trial. And then remember, like we were all so invested. And then remember when it ended and we were all like, now what do we do with our lives? And then I started doing this with my life. And then it's just, I haven't had a chance to breathe since. But been 8411 years. We're beyond 84 years. We're beyond 5011. We're at 8411. Let's look up call your mom and ask her what we should do to make her come on alive. I don't know. I might have her do a members only. Do you regret starting it? Not at all. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I have learned so many lessons. You know what's weird? I have been in a weird situation where, like, I'm just comparatively speaking, I'm a small channel. Like 26,000 is way bigger than I ever thought I would be, but it's way bigger than I ever thought I would be, but it's still, like, comparatively speaking, still a small channel, right? But it happened, but it's still big for me. And it happened way faster than, like, I could have anticipated. So I learned a lot of lessons the hard way during this first year. A lot of lessons the hard way. And I think that some of the lessons that I've learned have been things that a lot of people get to learn in their first year before it gets to, like, from talking to other people anyway. It's like what they tell me is, like, a lot of people I've talked to that have, like, really big channels that and podcasts and stuff that I've talked to about this kind of stuff. A lot of them, their first year, when they were learning so many of these lessons, like, a lot of it happened, before they got so many eyes on them. And I think a lot of the lessons that I've had to learn the hard way have been when there's already a lot of eyes on me, which makes it harder. One of the biggest lessons that I've learned is that I am a bad judge of character sometimes, and I trust people too much sometimes, and I need to not do that. I need to not do that. And a lesson I've learned the hard way is not to, like, I tend to work too much. And not make enough time for myself. Pre-trial prep for Karen Reed trial brought me here. So grateful for you all. Brandi, don't change a thing. They are the ones that should self-reflect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Self-reflection is always good. I think one of the biggest things that I've learned is if you see how people are doing other people, don't think that you're any different. I think that's one of the biggest things I've learned. Don't change a thing. Not even an eyebrow if you don't want to. Not the eyebrows. Like in person, because keep in mind, I just looked at myself in the mirror for the first time since all of this happened. And in person, this is a lot more intense than it is on camera. We love our rewatch crew as well. Woo woo. Debbie, what kind of cancer did you have? I had lymphoma twice. Oh gosh, I'm sorry for that. I had stage 3B squamous cell carcinoma, cervical cancer, and I was misdiagnosed for over a year, which is why it grew so much and did so much damage, because they kept misdiagnosing me. I was watching you, Brandi. Is there one trial you covered that changed you? I think a lot of them have changed me in different ways. I think that this one has probably changed me the most. I think this is definitely the one that's changed me the most. I think the Travis Rudolph trial was probably the first one that had a big change in me, because it was the first one that I went into where I was like, I became very emotionally invested because I was so mad at the prosecution and I was so mad at the investigation, and I truly believed in his innocence. And that was the first one that I watched that I covered, that I was very much like, this is not okay. This is scary. You know, that this could happen to any of us. That one was the first one that really changed me. And then this is the one that changed me the most. This is the one where I think that it's my first time being in a position of covering something where I saw such a dark side to people, and I'm still seeing that dark side. And just the things that people have done and the way that they behaved on this one has forever changed me, because seeing the depths that people will go to try to hurt somebody who disagrees with them is something that I'll never look at things the same again after that. It will forever change the way that I interact with people. Let's see. I think what attracted me was the honesty about not being decided and just wanting info. I have a friend who has been involved since day one. I wasn't sure until the pod and channel. Yeah. I have had major questions since the beginning, and I have never been able to really fully commit to one side or the other. And told myself I was going to stay open and hear every single thing. I didn't want to influence too much with, like, I wanted to give all the information as I saw it and give my, thoughts on the information, but without, and like let people come to their own conclusions and decisions about what they see, and I did that, and I waited until the very end when we had heard everything to say fully, I'm no longer open. There's we've heard everything there is to hear, and I still see not guilty. How long before lunch is over? They should be back now. Who's sick? We have sick people? I couldn't get past John's injuries from the beginning. You don't get hit by a car and have no injuries below your nose, apart from a scratch, bite marks on your arm. The injuries have always been a part to me that, oh, you mean sick. I'm just now hearing that. I'm thinking sick like that kind of sick. I'm not thinking sick like cancer sick. I'm thinking sick like flu sick. Anyhow, the injuries for me have always been a big problem that they were not able to explain to me how it works. And I said from the beginning, if they can't make me understand that, then I wouldn't be able to get past the reasonable doubt. And I kept my mind open to hear, to see what they had to say. And there was never anything that made sense that was able to get me past that. So. Advocate, we were working on that together, it seems. I have grown with you. I had to learn to fight and let go and pick my battles this past couple years. Yeah. It's hard sometimes to do that. It's easier said than done, especially when it's from people that you don't expect it from. But the thing is, what I have learned is that those people are not my people. The people who believe what they say are not my people. Not everybody's going to like me, and not everybody has to. So if they're not my people, let them say what they're going to say, do their thing, and I'm going to do my thing. Brandi's podcast took me. The podcast has been so much work. So much work. But I'm very proud of it. And it's followed along with the case as the case has progressed. So it's interesting because I know some of the things that, were said in the beginning, everything came from the court documents and the pretrial hearings and all of that. And I know some of that stuff has changed and evolved, and as things have come out and stuff like that. But I'd be interested to go back and at some point go back and listen to some of the older episodes and see how much stuff has changed. What, if anything, has changed? Where do you rank on the charts right now? I don't know. I haven't looked. Let's see. Let's see. I'm always scared to look. Let's see. Right now I am number 40. So still in the top 50. That makes me happy. I think the top that I think my top one has been 22 was the highest that I was ranked that I saw. So that's pretty cool. Like it's exciting and it's like really like I'm really proud of that. But it's one of those things where I mean obviously like I just had to check where I was at. I don't know. I do check sometimes, but it's not something I check every day. It's not something that like I obsess over. It is exciting to see it. But being able to have anybody listen to me, being able to like just make a living doing something that I love is important to me. Currently now on the 4th White Claw. It's so funny. So funny. This is beach. This is Panama City Beach. A Verdict Browse t-shirt. Oh, we should. I have all of the merch stuff is like I haven't updated it in a while just because I've been too busy. But all of the merch stuff, anything that y'all buy from merch, like I don't make any money off that. Everything from that goes into like a separate account, and then that's the account that I use. Like anytime we get enough in there, then I start like then I'll use that to do contests and stuff, so I can like it'll sit like so I can send stuff out to people. So all of that is all of that stuff goes straight back to y'all. Lady in Gray, thank you for the chat. If one looks at a trial as the defendant versus the government, the trial takes on a new look. Law enforcement, prosecutors, and the judge are all the government, and the government must get it right to take away one's liberty. I like it. I like it. Is that Panama City Beach live right now? Why is the sky so blue? Yes, that is live. And the sky is blue because it just is. That was a Trooper Paul answer. It just is. It just does. How very Trooper Paul of me. Oh, Jackie D, this is very nice to say. Been watching you for about a year, and you made me start to become a better person than I was, so I just want to thank you for that. You are a true inspiration. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. The beach spoke to me. The beach scene spoke to me. I'm very glad you only do those brows during the verdict. It's throwing me off when I look at the screen. Apparently I have to take them off before bingo tonight, or my mama won't let me come. Are they coming back at 2:30 to check in? No. No. I'm like anxiously waiting. Crash Daddy did speak to me. He did email me. He emailed me. Okay, he emailed me back, and all he did was say that ARCA cannot comment on the investigation. But still, there was a moment. In my head. He did. Keep them on for bingo. My mama said I can't. My mama said I can't keep them on for bingo or she won't save my seat. It's meant to be. Crash Daddy envy is real. Would you be so kind as to put one more eyebrow in between the others? Maybe the jurors will be more unified if you have a unibrow. No. No. No, good try. No. Yeah, Crash Daddy responded to my email. And all he said was, you know, he appreciates it, but they can't, because I'd asked him if they, I sent the email to both of them and asked them if they'd be interested in doing an interview or whatever, and talking about their testing and stuff. And all he did, he wrote back and said that ARCA cannot comment on the investigation or whatever. And I was like, but he said he's like, we can notify you if anything changes. It's like, so you're saying there's a chance? Call me Crash Daddy. Just joking. He has a beautiful family. Deline Jordan, thank you for Super Chat. Thank you for all you do to keep us up to date and educated about this trial. We appreciate your hard work. P.S. Are we supposed to not like your verdict brows? Because I love them. I don't know. Some people like them and some people hate them. I'm not used to them. When I look over there and see myself in the thing, I'm like, very intense. Very intense. This is the sweetest nope. How long for the verdict? Also, are we heading for mistrial? I hope not. I don't want to have to go through this again, but try a verdict mustache. That's a no from me, dog. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but see if I did like one of these on each side. No, don't get any ideas. Every party has a pooper. A verdict brow. If you sit across the room from your mom at bingo, you can give her the evil brow instead of the evil eye. I really think she would make me go wash them off. After the trial, call them bingo brows. You can add in a Batman villain laugh with those brows. My kids said they look like villain brows. It was one of the last trials that we did. He came over after I had them on and he was like looking at me funny. And I was like, yeah, it's verdict brows. It's a thing that I do on my channel. And he was like, oh, he's like, okay. So for a minute, I thought you thought they looked good or that you liked that. I was like, that's rude. And he was like, no, it's fine. But you look like a villain. Oh, thank you. It's my villain brows. Look, kids will be honest with you, though. I love how kids trace it. They'll be honest. He's like, I just was hoping you didn't think they looked good. But at least he kind of felt it out first, so like before he completely insulted me. For bingo, take one off and leave one on, so everyone thinks that you're contemplating all night that you almost have bingo. Which brow is guilty and which one is innocent? Cruella de Brow. Who said bingo brows? Wouldn't bingo brows be drawn on with a dauber? My son used to refuse to go anywhere with me when I wore leggings. He said I had a jelly butt. You know, when my kid was little, when he used to sleep with me, he would snuggle me, you know, and I wasn't allowed to sleep in a tank top. He called it a bathing suit, and I wasn't allowed to sleep in a bathing suit. And I was like, this is not a bathing suit. This is a tank top. He was like, no. You cannot wear that. You cannot wear a bathing suit. It's not a bathing suit. But he was bossy, so I had to go change. We couldn't go to bed until I changed. Bossy thing. The left brows is the annoying one. The one that lifts. I didn't, like, you know, with the verdict brows on, you can see that this one lifts a lot more. Dang kids. I wonder where he got that from. My mama. You saw her in here a little while ago acting a fool. He got it from my mom, not me. Not me. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Let's see. No brows and no bathing suits. Bathing suits. David Browie. Look at this. Look at that. Okay, let's see. I hear sirens again. I hear sirens again. I have a headache waiting for this. Me too. Witchy, thank you for the super chat. I know we won't be on July 4th, but happy 14th wedding anniversary to my amazing wife, Witchy. Aw. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. That's exciting. Yeah, I'm waiting. I get the notifications for the reporters that are in there, so that anytime they tweet anything, we hopefully can know what it is. The jury has sent another note. That's all we know right now. I'm assuming if it's another, I mean, it's not a verdict, it's another note, which I'm assuming is probably going to be, we still can't decide. Another note. What do y'all think? I know, I feel like I can't breathe. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, members. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can you say the name of the Amazon eyebrow thingy you got? Yeah. Bliss and Beyond USA. Bliss and Beyond. I know. I was just thinking that. I was like, it's 2:27, and they're coming in again with another question. $227. Lucy's mad at somebody in the hallway. I never found the other ones. These are new ones. I don't think it's going to be a verdict because it says a question. So if it were a verdict, I think they would have said that they reached a verdict, but they said, unfortunately. I just saw they are going to wait an hour to clear everyone and increase the buffer zone. They are afraid of their safety if they vote guilty. This is nuts. I don't know that they're afraid of their safety if they vote guilty. I think that this has been so crazy that it would be both of them. Because I see people on one side saying that the jury is scared to vote guilty, and I see one side saying that they're scared to vote not guilty. And I think everything is just, tensions are high on everything. And until we can get any kind of confirmation from them afterwards, this whole thing is just crazy. The whole thing is crazy. Yeah, it's a question. If they had a verdict, then we generally hear verdict. Oops. O'Keefe family has not yet entered. Sammy spills the tea. Thank you for super chat. Would seem very strange if the judge has 2 mistrials on 2 cop deaths. Oh, that's a good point. But this one and Chestnut. Sue O'Connell says it's obviously tense and more tense than it has been before. The O'Keefe family has entered. Jackson is, this is a reporter. Jackson is sitting with his hands folded on the table. Yannetti has his hands folded. Oops, I just stopped pressing buttons, Brandi. Has his hands folded in his mouth. Karen has her hands on her lap and is facing straight ahead. We don't yet know what the note says. This is the first time we've been back in the courthouse since the judge gave the Tui Rodriguez instructions. Any further deadlock will lead to dismissal.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Be seated. Closing session.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, the jury is at an impasse. So we'll bring them in.
Woo!
Please rise for the jury.
The jurors enter. Some have stern looks on their faces. All look tired.
Court is in session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
Holy crap.
Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right, I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we
Leave her alone. Get the camera off of her.
22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor? And I would appear for my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave the vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates, so.
What about okay. What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
No, that week's not good. Teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows Ms. Little and I are not available on the 22nd. We have a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Little and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
Wow.
And now we have an official ruling in the Karen Reed murder trial.
Wow. I would love to know the breakdown. It says that some, it says some, and then it says others. So I would love to know the breakdown of how many of each. All right, let's see. Gosh, I cannot even imagine going through all of this again. Let's see. There's Tom's CPU that's outside. Let's see who else is outside. He's like frozen. So now what happens? Judge said, hey, Dean O'Kelly, Judge said in her last statement to the jury, any future jury will come from the same pool of people and they would to get the same outcome. I'd be shocked if they retry. I can't imagine them retrying this. Like, I feel like they're man, all this time. Oh, all this time. Connie, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you.
This is what it looks like. Bring false charges against the innocent person. The Commonwealth did their work. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigation and investigators, and compromised witnesses. This is what it looks like. And guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit. Go ahead.
Hey, folks, number one, I am in awe of the strength and courage of this remarkable client that I've had the privilege of representing since day one. And number two, I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. We are touched and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleagues here. I'm a Boston kid. I'll repeat what he said, which is we ain't got no quit. Back up, please. You think? Yeah. Well, what do you think? I heard the crowd going loud. We heard him all the way in there. Yeah. You heard him.
It's crazy.
No, no. We have wasted enough of the taxpayers' money on this charade.
Bad today? You mad today? What are you?
Look, I'm okay today, right? We wanted a not guilty verdict. That's what we want.
Yep.
My sweatshirt. It's on. It's on.
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
Thank you.
I think it's better than a not guilty, man. Yeah, I don't think they're going to try it again. I don't think so either. That's what I'm thinking. I hope so. Soon enough, right? Are you still down to do the podcast? Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Without a doubt. Let me know. Hey, thanks for everything, man. My pleasure.
Okay. You going? What do you think? Good or bad?
I don't know. I don't know either.
It would not
I'm disappointed.
I know, I am too.
would not be able to be
Everyone was sharing it, like we weren't. Like we're just.
let me mute that. It would not be able to. I don't think they could do it in the same. I mean, there's no way you can get an impartial jury. Hi, Ivan. I know Brandi will never gloat on Twitter, but thankfully I don't have near her moral compass, so I will be checking in on certain people who are convinced she'd be found guilty. Yeah. Oh, gosh. All this work. To go through it again. Oh, gosh. Nurse for God, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Choo choo. Thank you for all your hard work. Amazing. We love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and watching with me. It's crazy. Crazy. They did not say what the split was. No. Christine, thank you so much for the super chat. There it goes. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your chart streaming and insights throughout. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm like shocked. I mean, I'm not shocked, but it's like that moment of we saw it coming, but you're still kind of hoping that it's not coming, like that there's going to be something, some kind of ending instead of a to be continued. True Crime Range, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Just like Jackson, we ain't got no credit. Oh, I'm ugh. I can't even imagine. Mama Smith, thank you for gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. Sheila, thank you so much for super chat. Thank you, thank you. I can't wait for jury interviews too. I would love to hear them. I am so curious to see what they say and who the holdouts are and what the split was. Thank you so much for super chat. Bethanthemum. Hold on. Bethanthemum. Trouble talking. Thank you, thank you. ABC Stockett, thank you for a super sticker. Thank you, thank you. JB, no words. Love to you, Randy. Yeah, I'm the same. Oh. According to Woo, thank you so much for the super chat. What did Paul O'Keefe say to Karen? Also, thank you, Brady and Mods. We'll go back and look in just a minute. We'll go back and look. I can't even believe this. Thank you, thank you. Chris H., thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. If it's a retrial, it will more than likely be the same judge. Brandi, we are going to all watch this play out together, right? Whenever they do decide if they will run it back again. Yeah, I mean, yeah. At this point, I've been covering it since last summer. It's like I can't not. Oh, God, the thought of having to go through all this again. Sheila Tulliver, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Hugs to Brandi, thanks for all your patience during this time. You have made me addicted to court cases and hearings. Big hugs for you. Thank you so much. Ivan, thank you for super chat, Brandi Vacation Fund. I need it. Thank you. Hellcat, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all your hard work. I will not miss Lally, what if any's, or the fan. Y'all don't miss the fan? Y'all don't miss the fan? It will take. Could you imagine trying to find a jury like that hasn't heard about all of this? Legally Blonde, thank you for super chat. You did a great job covering this from beginning to end. I'm so proud to be a 13th juror. Cheers to you, our leader. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I think they'll retry it just because they're not going to want to let this go. Did you hear a prisoner escaped Dedham Court 1 hour ago too? Now back in custody. Yeah, we watched the video of them chasing him. July 22nd at 2 o'clock for the status meeting. Yeah, we'll know on the 22nd, a yes or no to retrial, but I have a feeling they're going, I don't see them letting this go. Like they want to. Ugh. If this happened to me, thank you for the super chat, B3 Barbie. If this happened to me, I wouldn't be able to afford the legal fees. How is Karen doing it? Well, I mean, she made good money in her career. But there's also been like fundraisers and stuff done for her, but I mean, but she made good money. I'm like, I'm in shock. She was a professor, but I mean, she's a PhD. She has a PhD, right? So but she made her and her, like, they, um, they do well. She does well. But then there's also, donations and fundraisers and stuff like that that have been done to help with it. Denise, thank you so much for the super chat. 7/22, my wife's birthday. Not going to retry. That's my thoughts. Thank you for the amazing coverage, Brandi. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Be Kind Tiger. Oh, Be Kind Tiger. That's very, very generous. Thank you. Brandi, thank you for all you have done. The hard work, dedication, letting us be there to help you through treatment. We've had the best of times and the worst of times, but you've made us a family, and for that, I truly thank you. Lucy, enjoy your time off. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. God, it's crazy, right? I can't. Oh, to go through all of this again. To go through all of this again. Thank you so much for super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Brandi. I enjoyed it. I don't think they will retry the case because their evidence is so weak. I would hope they wouldn't, but I just feel like they will. I feel like I feel like they think that their evidence is a lot better than it is. I can't even. Oh. Melissa Hendricks, thank you for the super chat. Brandi, thank you for having best coverage, commentary, and therapeutic laughs in between. Don't worry about tomorrow. For tomorrow will take care of itself. Take a well-deserved break. Thank you so much. God, this is... Is there a way you can let us know when you're on another panel? Yeah, I'll put it in the community tab. When I do some, I'll put it in the community tab. And then when I'm going to do like the members only stuff, I'll make sure to put it in the community tab so that y'all can see notifications. Yeah, they already said they would retry. I hope that they would take a look at this, and especially if they find out if they're able to find out how many were for and against. I can't even. Michael Morrissey thinks that they have all the evidence, and I have no doubt he will want to retry. He wants to retry because he just wants, I think that he's really hoping for, especially after his video and all that nonsense that he did. Jessica, ready to come visit Texas? Yes. Yes. I am. God, that's crazy. Do you think they'll replace Lally for retrial? I don't. Because if depending on how they do this, like she has right to a speedy trial, right? So that would be, I'm assuming it's the same as it is in other states. So she has, that means that they can request the trial be done in 90 days. So if it's done in 90 days, if I were her, I would request for it to be done in 90 days because they're, depending on what else they got going on, I guess, other trials or whatever, but her attorneys. But I would request that it's done in that 90 days. And Lally, I mean, there's certain things that the defense can change up on their tactics if they, decide to. But Lally is still going to be Lally. And I feel like solo cups are still going to be solo cups. And looking for nudes on her phone is still going to be looking for nudes on her phone. So I feel like while there's certain things that the defense may decide that they want to approach differently on this trial, that's fine. But I feel like you can't put lipstick on a pig and then hope it's going to get you a different result. So I feel like even if they had, I mean, like their evidence isn't going to change. Vonda Miller, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome. Morrissey will decide, presumably, and I don't trust him an inch. I don't either, but I think that he's going, I don't think that he's, even if he's saying, I don't think he's going to change his mind about not retrying. I think he's definitely going to retry it because he wants this to be, he wants his ridiculous video about how the defense is, it's just a reach and the witnesses are all honest and all of that, even though obviously we've seen that they weren't honest about things. He wants all of that to be validated. Do you use any filters for your live streams? No, but today I look like a cartoon. And I don't know why. And then there was one for a while where it was making my grass sparkly, and I finally got that figured out. And then today I look like a cartoon, and I can't figure out why. I mean, other than the eyebrows. But it makes me like I look blurry today. I don't know. Last time I did this when it had whatever, I don't know if it was filter, something messed up or whatever, and it made the grass like sparkly. I had to like reset all of my settings to get it done. And today I look like a cartoon, and I don't know why. I mean, even before I had the eyebrows. I feel like I look like a cartoon. For today, let's be like Elsa. Your face looks super thin. Well, my face has gotten super thin. I've going through the health issues stuff I had. I've lost like 40 pounds. So that like 38 pounds, something like that. So part of it is just that, but I ain't complaining. That's like the only perk of having to go through all that. Like 38 pounds, yeah. Commonwealth has announced they plan to retry the Karen Read case after hung jury today. There will be another trial, according to DA's spokesman. That's crazy. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Can you hear it? I have to... Breezy, thank you so much for Super Chat. Thank you, thank you. Bright side, the verdict eyebrows brought us answers. I didn't want hung, but again, we have some type of answers. Yeah. Oh, what did Paul say? Let's go back and look. I cannot believe... All right, let's look.
All right, I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people.
It's after this week.
No, we'll not let it go that. So you. Thank you. We'll see you then.
And now we have an official ruling in the Karen Read murder trial. It is a mistrial declared. And
You
see
can-
there Karen Read hugging.
You could see him like smile and look. But I didn't see him say anything. Oh. He said something and then Aaron told him to stop it or something. I wonder what he said.
Parts of the case as they see it, which should be the excessive drinking, likely. So to have the chance to correct the mistakes that we saw during the first trial.
Believes. Child.
False charges against an innocent person. Folks, this is what it looks like when you bring false charges against an innocent person. The Commonwealth did their worst. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigation and investigators and compromised witnesses. This is what it looks like. And guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit. Go ahead.
I just have two things to say, folks. Number one, I am in awe of the strength and courage of this remarkable client that I've had the privilege of representing since day one. And number two, I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. We are touched, and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas, like my colleague here. I'm a Boston kid, but I'll repeat what he said, which is, we ain't got no quit.
There you were hearing.
Oh, here, let's. Oh, boy.
I know a lot of people have been saying they're going to stand by Karen no matter what happens.
Yeah, as far as our movement goes, we are going to stand by Karen. We do have some more work to do. We learned a lot of stuff that happened during this trial within the Mass State Police and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, and we're going to move forward with that.
I've also been speaking with a lot of people in the group, and a lot of them do not think that this case is going to be retried. Have you put thought into that? Is that something that you would like to see happen, not happen? Where are we on that point?
I don't think the case will be retried. There's not enough evidence. There's a lot of money for the state. They're probably going to lose some of their key witnesses for some of their behavior. What I really want to see happen is to reopen the case and find the true killers of Officer John O'Keefe.
Paul, thank you. I appreciate it. We'll catch up with you in a little bit. I do also want to add that there were a number of people here earlier today opposing those in the Free Karen Read movement. A lot of them saying they also wanted justice for John O'Keefe, but that justice looked a lot different than what the Free Karen Read group had.
Some sort of justice, and they walk out, and obviously you don't need to see that they are heavy. They have also been through an enormous amount of
all right, Sue, thank you. We're gonna your shot is breaking up a little bit, so we will come back to you, but I
Can you imagine how long the jury selection would take in another trial? I mean, the jury selection would be no, that wasn't the jury. They're not going to show the jury like that. Let's see.
Not guilty verdict. All of the evidence that the defense put on, all of the cross-examination that the defense did with the pathetic, mostly pathetic prosecution witnesses. Karen Read did not kill John O'Keefe. It's that simple. She was framed. And we were hopeful that a jury, that was our last hope, that the jury would come back with a unanimous not guilty verdict. But we accept a hung jury because we know it was either not guilty or a hung jury. Guilty was never an option in this case because you were never going to get 12 jurors to go along with what the prosecution put forward, with the planting of evidence and all the nonsense. And I hit him. She did not say I hit him.
Well, thanks for your time, Rita.
Yes.
Thanks for talking to us. And guys, a huge eruption out here after that mistrial was declared. Remember, these jurors have been deadlocked. This was several days of deliberation. And I will say this deliberation pretty on par with some other major trials in Massachusetts. It took the jurors several days. The judge sent them back twice, but officially a mistrial declared out here, guys. The atmosphere, I will say, you know, we expected a lot of movement. I think it's a little still. I think people wanted an answer. I think people wanted some sort of closure. And even though it's a mistrial and there is some eruption, I don't know if they got that closure today.
Thank you so much, Diana. Brandi, thank you for the huge sacrifices you have made in bringing us this case. You are such a warrior, and I am in awe. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Lindsay Hendricks, thank you for the super chat. I set a brow clock after application and 1.1 hours to get the ball rolling on the TUI instruction. But in true ADD fashion, I forgot to start the clock back up. It's now beyond evident they work. They work. She looked at Yannetti right after he said whatever he said, like she wanted to know if he heard it. Yeah. God, just the thought of going through this again. On the bright side, you can wash off your eyebrows. Will the defense call Chloe to testify? That's the real question. Brandi, on the timeline, Andrea Burkhart just researched live in Massachusetts retrials must be within 12 months. Oh, it's 12 instead of 3 there? And she already waived speedy trial with the first. She can't invoke, but the rule is still 1 year. That's totally different than everything. I don't know why I'm surprised. Like in Florida, you can waive your right to a speedy trial, but that's for that trial. And then if it's a hung jury, you get a whole new set, like it's a whole new right to speedy trial after that. So it's 90 days, not a year, and they have 90 days for you to retry it, unless you waive your right to that. Well, interesting day. Interesting day. All right, I am going to call it a day. I am going to call it a day. I had planned on taking a little bit of time off. I need it desperately. I will do the last couple of episodes on this trial. The next one is going to be the part 2 of all the experts. It's going to medical examiners and the crash daddies and the was he in the house or not, all of that stuff. So kind of like the final 2 versions of what happened or what didn't. And then I'll have an episode after that with all of the deliberations, verdict stuff, all that stuff. So I'll have those coming out. I'm going to take a look at the calendar and see what else is coming up and see realistically what timing wise we can do. So I will keep y'all updated on that. I have not even had it, with as busy as I've been with all of this, I have not even had a chance to look at it yet. So I need to check a couple dates and updates on court cases that are coming up that we've been planning on covering that I haven't looked at updates for, to see if they're still going on and all that. Well, I'll be on tomorrow with juror reactions and interviews. If there are juror reactions and interviews that they have, then yeah, we might do a live to talk about some of that. It won't be an all-day thing, and I'm definitely going to be sleeping in. But it's crazy. Crazy. Brandi, you shouldn't get hoodwinked by a bunch of grifters. Sad. Okay. Okay. We're being raided right as we're about to leave. Baker loves raiding right as we're about to leave. No way this corrupt place can return. He says he's going to. He says he's going to. Hey, Valhalla. Goats and wrenches. Ducks and donuts. Thank you, thank you. Congrats, Baker, on 10K. We were excited. We were excited for you. We were excited for you. It wouldn't be as sad if they knew what the word grifter means. People don't know what the word grifter means. Bless their hearts. It's just like the buzzword that everybody's using right now, so they get excited to use it. Bless them. DA might change his mind after FBI talks to him again or gets busy handing out indictments. I think that it's going to be a big mess again. If they retry this, it's going to be a big mess again. I cannot even, oh gosh, going through all of this again. Brandi is my favorite streamer that starts with a B. Ooh, Broken Baker's going to be mad. I'm a grifter and part of the Karen Reed PR team. Plevin told me. He told me that too. He told me that too. He's so helpful. He's so very helpful. What will he do now that he's not on court TV? I feel bad you were so upset about doing this again. It's not even just that. It's multiple things. It's number one, like the family going through this again. You know, John O'Keefe's family going through this again, plus Karen's family going through this again. Plus, think about the amount of hate that has come from this, and the amount of hate that's just a constant. Like, it has literally changed the way that I could even handle things on a daily basis, because I can't even like scroll through Twitter anymore just to see, you know, random stuff about what people are posting and saying about other things. I can't even do that anymore. I can't even scroll through X anymore. The amount of hate is so insane that it has literally changed how I can even go about my day. It has changed who I talk to, which is not a whole lot of anybody anymore. It has made me sad to realize that people are, that to see true colors of people, and it has changed so much, and it has changed my view of how people are forever. And that's really sad. Like, I have it's changed everything for me. And the amount of hatred that has come from this is so disheartening, and it makes me sad to think that the people who are directly involved are going to have to go through it again, and it already makes me exhausted thinking about having to go through it again myself. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm not used to that kind of toxic environment. I don't like fighting. I don't like arguing. I don't like the nastiness that people have shown. And it's like every time like I go through and like block them all and mute them all, then they make other accounts to make sure that they're still spewing as much hatred as possible. And that's gross. That's gross. And it makes me sad for people. Jenna Justice, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Zach, thank you for the super chat. Please don't mention Broken Baker's ex-wife, Emily D. Baker. He is upset that she has more viewers. He has never gotten over his EDB. Then stop having Valhalla Awaits on. He is so toxic. So toxic! Just joking. Here's the good ones. Here's the good ones. Elizabeth, thank you so much. You're the best. I know you wanted to put this behind you. Hope you can get some R&R. I hope so too. I plan on it. I plan on it. Post on X states, per Nick Rocco, Paul O'Keefe to Karen Reed, I'm not done with you yet. Oof. I saw Aaron tell him stop or don't or whatever. Wow, Brandi, this is rough. Did you find your eyebrows? Yeah, you can't tell? You can't tell the verdict eyebrows are on? I can't wait to wash them off. How do you get banned here? Trying to get my stats up. It don't take much. It don't take much. My ban button gets happy after this trial. I don't let nobody poop on my parade anymore. Will Lally be the one? Lally will be the one again. Bug Dugger, thank you for the super chat. Go soak up some sunshine, hun. I am. I'm going to music bingo tonight, and then I'm going bowling. I'm going to do all the real life things that I haven't had any chance to do. I'm quite the parade pooper. I believe that. I believe that. All right, y'all. It has been an experience. It has been an experience. I may need a nap to do that. That's probably the first thing I'm going to do. What time is it? 2:35? I'll probably work on the podcast episode for a little while and then maybe take a nap and then go. Do all the real life human things that I have not had time to do in the last 3 months. I appreciate all of y'all hanging out. I appreciate you watching with me. I will keep y'all updated on what's next. I do need a little bit of time off to regain my mental health and sleep. But I will keep y'all updated on what's next. I'll post stuff in community tab as we do it. And I'll do a members live at some point this week too. But I know that my plans tomorrow are going to be sleep and sunshine. And then after that, then I'll make decisions on what's next. So, mods, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Everybody else, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out, discussing everything, and all the things. All the things. It has been something. I'll post on the community thing when the new episode come out too for the podcast. Alrighty? Alright. I'll see y'all soon.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful.
wonderful. Everybody behaves. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye. How the heck do I get out of here?